welcome to another video. Okay, 300 grams of chicken. I'm using chicken breast. You can use any other part of chicken as long as I'm gonna use chicken. Salt, black pepper, paprika, 2 tablespoons of plain flour, vegetable oil, and let's place the chicken in a frying pan. So let's fry it until we get a nice beautiful golden brown color, as you can see. So I'm gonna turn piece by piece around, and now set aside, and let's a good drizzle of olive oil, and we're going to be using 2 onions, or if you got a big one, just use one. It's entirely up to you. And let's add the onions. I'm going to let it fry for about 5 to 6 to 7 minutes. 3 garlic cloves, fine chopped, and let's add the garlic. So I'm going to make it 1 carrot. So let's add 250 ml of blended tomatoes into the onions. I'm going to be adding a little bit more salt, and let it simmer for 5 minutes. So at this point I'm going to be adding the chicken that we cooked before.
Hello my friends. 3x. From which country are you watching my channel? Let me know in the comments. Whiskey eggs. $100 sugar. Mix well. A pinch of salt. 150 milliliters vegetable oil. Mix well. $150 milliliters water. $10 milliliters vanilla extract. Mix well. 220 grams plain flour. Sift the flour well. grams baking soda. Sift the baking soda well. 10 grams cocoa powder. Mix well. Support my channel. Subscribe please. Butter. Grease the baking tray well with butter. A tablespoon of flour and spread well in the baking tray. Three tangerines. Peel the tangerines. Slice the tangerines in half. Place the tangerines in the baking tray. Bake at 180C or 355F for 40 minutes. Amazing! Sprinkle icing sugar on top. Enjoy!
Hello, welcome to another recipe, my friends. So, 600 mils of cream. From which country are you watching my channel? Let me know in the comments. 2 tablespoons of red natural coloring stuff, and let's whip the cream, which now became red. That is just for coloring. You can do it without the coloring. So I'm gonna be using 600 grams of biscuits. Can be any biscuit, my goodness me. And I'm gonna be doing the first layer of biscuits. You can use a different layout. So I'm gonna put a little bit of cream on top of each biscuit. And I'm gonna try to spread it around. You need to be patient with this. It's a game of patience. Now, I've got 100 ml of coffee, so it's cold coffee. I put some sugar. I'm gonna dip the biscuits into the coffee, and I'm gonna do another layer. And now what we're gonna be doing is layer by layer, one layer of the cream. So as you can see, it's going to be a game of patience, but you will get to the point where it gets steady. So another layer of biscuits, another layer of cream, and by this time here is already a bit steadier. I'm using a spoon, but you can use any other tool you like. And here we go. And another layer of cream. Now it became a little bit easier to put the cream, because the biscuits tend to go apart of each other when you try to spread the cream. Like I said, a bit of patience, you can do it. Another layer of biscuits, another layer of cream, and that will be until we finish the biscuits. So you can go as high as you want. So it's entirely up to you. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Please share the video with your friends. And that's a beautiful way to help me if you like to. I do appreciate it if you do. Perfect. As you can see, I'm using a different tool now. So like I said, even with a knife it can be done, but this is entirely up to you. See, and now I'm using a different tool. So I did use a few just so you can see that it can be done with different tools. If you don't have much experience, which to be honest I didn't have until I did this cake. So it doesn't look perfect, but the end result, that's what matters. So I'm putting them in the fridge for about 2 hours, as you can see. So if you like have one of those amazing knives, you've got the link down in the description. So I'm using about 8 big strawberries, which I'm going to be using as decoration. So you can cut them on different ways, you can do them different decorations. You actually can cover the whole cake with strawberries. It's entirely up to you as well. I think I did it this way just to look nice for the video, but you can actually cover the whole cake with strawberries. So thank you very much for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to another video, my friends. So a drizzle of olive oil. Don't forget to let me know from where you're watching the video, and if you want one of those knives, don't forget you can find the link below in the description. They're absolutely amazing, high quality, and they ship to all over the world. So one eggplant, and let's chop this eggplant. So let's dicing this beautiful eggplant. So let's add the eggplant to the frying pan. what we're looking for is a golden brown color. In the meantime, we're going to be chopping one onion. We're going to be adding that onion. So 4 garlic cloves, nice fine chopped, and let's add them as well. I'm going to be using 1 half pepper, any color you like. And here we go. I'll let it fry for about 8 to 10 minutes. And I'm going to be adding 400 milliliters of blended plum tomatoes. You can add passata if you like. Don't forget to subscribe my channel. That's the way you can help me to grow, please. Thank you. 200 ml of fresh cream. Let's give it a good mix. And I'm going to be roughly chop some fresh coriander, and let's add the coriander. I'm going to let it simmer for about 12 minutes. In the meantime, let's cook the pasta. Let's add some salt into boiling water, and I'm going to be adding 300 grams of spaghetti. You can use tagliatelle, you can use any kind of pasta you like. It's going to take about 10 minutes to cook, 10 to 12 minutes. So I'm going to be adding some salt into the eggplant with cream, because I forgot again in the beginning. It looks absolutely amazing, so let's add the pasta. And make sure that we mix the pasta with this beautiful sauce, so all the pasta can be covered in sauce. The smell is absolutely amazing. Perfect. So I'm gonna be adding some Parmesan shaves, and that's it. Thank you very much for watching. Bye. Hello, welcome to another recipe. So 600 ml of cream, 1 tablespoon of sugar. Please subscribe my channel. 5 tablespoons of cold milk. Don't do it hot, please, because otherwise you won't be able to do what I'm going to do next. I will explain in a second. So whip the cream until it thickens. So if the coffee is hot, the cream won't get thickened. Share the video with your friends, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna start doing the first layer. I put a little bit of cream on that beautiful tray, and I'm gonna place the first biscuit. So I'll be using about 150 ml of cold milk, and I'm gonna do the first layer, as you can see. If you cannot see, I'm trying to glue the biscuits into the tray with the cream. And now I'm gonna put cream, which I'm gonna create the second layer. And pretty much that's what I'm gonna be doing. So all the biscuits, they're gonna be dipped in coffee, all of them. Including the first layer if you want. But yeah, they all gonna be, so it will be 1 layer of cream, 1 layer of the biscuits dipped in coffee. So you can go as high as you want, because once this is by layers, you can do the size you want. Perfect. So I'm not gonna make you watch doing biscuit by biscuit, so I'm gonna do it a little bit of fun. Here we go. Looks beautiful. like I said, it can go as higher as you want. So I think I've got like 7 or 8 layers, given or taken. And this one is my last layer. Subscribe my channel, thank you! Okay, so now I'm just gonna cover as much as I can. I'm using a spoon, you can use whatever you feel comfortable to use. As you can see, it can be done with several different tools. Just find the one that you're more comfortable with. So I'm going to try to do my best to cover the sides. It's not really easy because the biscuits, they keep moving if you apply a bit of strength. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to try to tidy it up as much as possible. So place it in the fridge for about 2 hours. And 2 hours later, it looks amazing. So sprinkle some chocolate powder all over. You can put some dry fruits on the top if you like, which is a good idea. And thank you very much for watching. Looks amazing. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Please share the video with your friends. And thank you very much for watching. Thank
you. Hello my friends and welcome. I hope everyone is well. 1 mango. Subscribe my channel, like and share the video. Add the mango into a blender. Blend well. milliliters cream. 2 tablespoons of sugar. Add the mango into the blender. Beat the cream until it thickens a little. Add into a tray. Let's level the cream. Chocolate sprinkles. Place in the freezer for 3 hours. Three hours later. Looks amazing. Enjoy. Hello my friends and welcome to my channel. To right avocado. Take the enlarge it. Put the avocado in the blender. From which country are you watching my channel? Let me know in the comments. Let's blend. It is easier if you add 20 milliliters of milk. Place 600 milliliters of cream on a bowl. Add 2 tablespoons of sugar. Add previously blended avocado. Whip the cream without making too thick. Add chocolate chips, optional. Fill the cups with whipped cream. Support my channel. Subscribe my channel, please. Place in the freezer for 3 hours. Later. Enjoy.
enjoy your breakfast. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you.
320 grams puff pastry. Let's roll out the puff pastry. Hello my friends and welcome me, hope everyone is well. From which country are you watching my channel? Let me know in the comments. Let's stretch the puff pastry a little with a rolling pin. One egg. Let's crack the egg. Whisk the egg. Let's give an egg wash to the puff pastry. If you like to have an amazing Japanese knife like this one, you can find the link below in description. 3 kiwis. Let's peel the kiwis. Slice the kiwi. Let's create 3 lines of kiwi. Honey. Add honey. Brown sugar. Sprinkle brown sugar on top of the honey. Poppy seeds. Sprinkle the poppy seeds on top of the kiwi. Desiccated coconut. Sprinkle the desiccated coconut. Let's roll the puff pastry. Roll up with the help of parchment paper. Brush the top of the egg. Add a bit more honey. Sprinkle poppy seeds on top. Sprinkle a bit more of desiccated coconut on top. Place it on a baking tray. Bake at 190 C or 370 75F until golden brown. Looking good. Icing sugar. Sprinkle with icing sugar. Enjoy! $320 grams puff pastry. Let's roll out the puff pastry. Hello my friends and welcome me. Hope everyone is well. From which country are you watching my channel? Now with the small lid I will cut the dough into circles. Second 320 grams puff pastry. Roll the second roll of dough. Subscribe my channel, like and share the video. Using the lid, cut the dough into circles again. I will use a baking tin with 12 holes. Remove the circular part of the dough. Place it into the baking tin. Nutella. Add a teaspoon of Nutella in each cup. Dried dates. Add 1 dried date in each cup. Banana chips. Add the banana chips. Walnuts. Add the walnuts. Honey. Add the honey. Desiccated coconut. Add the desiccated coconut. Cinnamon powder. A sprinkle of cinnamon. Bake at 190C or 375F until golden brown. Amazing! Icing sugar. Sprinkle icing sugar on top. Enjoy!
Hello, welcome to another recipe. So we've got 2 cans of tuna. So we're gonna drain all the oil from the tuna as much as possible. Which, by the way, I didn't drain as much as possible at the beginning, so I'm gonna have to do it later on. Which I will do. The more you drain now, the better for your recipe. Like I said, drain as much as possible. Okay, so I'm gonna place the tuna, the drained tuna, inside the bowl, tray, plastic container, whatever you got. So I'm gonna use 2 eggs. Let's crack them down. And let's use the eggs really well. welcome to another beautiful recipe. So let's make the garlic sauce. So 50 ml of olive oil, and 2 garlic cloves. You can chop them with a knife if you like to. I think it's better this way, so you can infuse the flavor into the olive oil faster. So spicy flakes, smoked paprika, and dry oregano, black pepper. You can add a bit of salt as well if you like, and let's chop some fresh coriander. Nice and fine chopped. So let's add the coriander, and now let's mix all very well, so the flavors can infuse with the olive oil. So set it aside, and let's cut eggplant. Take the bottom as well, and then you can see around slices. That's it. So let's get a nice brown golden color to the eggplant. So I'm going to do different touches. I'm not using nothing, just put it inside with a bit of salt. Deep roast them about 5 minutes. They're gonna be really impressed. Thank you very much for watching, and don't forget to subscribe. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to another video. So I'm gonna use a big zucchini. So if you want to have one of these beautiful knives, don't forget you can find the link below in the description. They're absolutely amazing. So I'm gonna break the zucchini. The whole zucchini. There you go. So add this into the bowl. Don't forget to subscribe my channel. Thank you very much. So let's add one chopped onion. And let's mix well. So 300 grams of sweet corn, and again let's mix very well. 2 garlic cloves, chopped finely, or not, mix well. So I'm gonna cracked 3 eggs. Seems that I got luck because this one has 2 yolks. So technically makes 4 eggs, but they're actually smaller than the other one, so it's alright. Counted 3. Let's beat the eggs really well. Let's add the beaten eggs and mix well again. Kind of the mix well works really well in the kitchen because it's easy to mix it right. Don't forget to subscribe, add some salt. Black pepper. And some spicy. I'm using spicy flakes, but you can use fresh chili if you like. It's up to you, my friend. So 150 grams of cheddar cheese or any other cheese you like. And mix well again. 4 tablespoons of plain flour. And mix well again. Okay, I'm gonna add some chopped chives, fresh coriander, smells amazing, and again I'm gonna mix it all really well. Look at that, it is looking beautiful and nice. Okay, so a bit of vegetable oil into a tray, so I'm just going to brush the tray around with the vegetable oil. And I'm going to place all these beautiful zucchini into the tray. Look at that. It looks amazing. So just flat it down, spread it around, level up. Beautiful. So I'm gonna add some cherry tomatoes on top. I'm gonna bake at 190 Celsius until it gets like golden brown color. Took about 35 minutes. It looks absolutely wonderful. Look at that. Enjoy. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, hello. Welcome my friends to another video. Don't forget to leave the comments from where you're watching this video. So nice drizzle of olive oil into a hot pan, and let's chop 1 onion. Fine dicing, and let's add the onion into the frying pan. So let's grate 2 potatoes. Potatoes. Or 1 big one. And let's add the potatoes. Give it a good mix. Add some salt. Black pepper. project. And let's grate 1 carrot. Just a small carrot will be more than enough. So add the carrot. And give it a good mix. So let's chop 3 small peppers, or you can get 1 big one, because I want to use different colors, so I bought 3 small ones. This amazing knife, if you want one, the link is below on description. So let's add the peppers. Give it a good mix again. Just a little bit more salt, but it's optional. A bit more black pepper, but it's up to you. So 400 grams of peeled plum tomatoes. You can use passata, you can use fresh tomatoes. I'm going to just smashing them with my own hands. It's much easier and faster to make a beautiful tomato sauce with. I'm going to be adding a little bit of water, not too much, just until it covers, and I'm going to let it simmer for about 10 minutes. Just cover it with the lid and let it simmer for about 10 minutes. In the meantime, let's cook the pasta. So into boiling water, let's add black salt. I'm going to be using 200 grams of extreme color fusilli, but you can pretty much use any pasta you like. Pasta takes about 10 minutes to cook, so it's all ready. Let's mix the pasta with it. It looks amazing, beautiful, perfect. So just serve with a bit of Parmesan cheese and enjoy it. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Bye bye. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another video. So I'm gonna start introducing this beautiful, amazing Japanese knife. You can find the link below in the description. They're absolutely amazing. So I'm gonna be using 1 zucchini, massive one. So I'm just gonna cut 4 slices from here. I'm actually not using all. It's about half. I'm still gonna use the rest in a different recipe. So let's cut down the core, take the core, let's do some rings, and let's chop the zucchini, the core of the zucchini. As you can see. Never tried this recipe before, it's my first time, so I'm going to place the zucchini inside the bowl. I'm going to be cracking 3 eggs. Perfect, so I'm going to mix all very well. One 160 grams of tofu, and I'm just gonna break it down and mix it at the same time. One 125 grams of ricotta cheese, and break it down as well and mix all very well. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, please. So I'm going to use the yellow bell pepper. Perfectio. There we go, let's add the bell pepper. mix well again. Here we go, black pepper. Let us know if you're watching my video. Do it below in the comments. I will reply. I swear. Brown ginger. It's entirely up to you. Use both. You can use this one or the other. Let's mix the ginger well. And now we're gonna be using one tomato. So I'm gonna, as you can see, one slice of tomato, one ring of zucchini. Perfect. In the 5-piece tray, and let's fill the wings with the mix that we did previously. A bit of black pepper on top for extra flavor. 1 onion, and let's slice the onion. Like I said, it was the first time doing this recipe, so let's mix the onion. This because we've got quite a lot of zucchini left, so I'm gonna cover it with zucchini, with the mix of the zucchini. Just flat it down. Fresh mint. I'm gonna be adding some fresh mint on top, and about 100 grams of cheddar cheese. Can be grated, can be as you like. So bake it 190 until golden brown. Same for that, for the wings. And look at that, it looks absolutely beautiful. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and don't forget to give us a like, don't forget to leave a comment, don't forget to share with your friends, and thank you very much for watching. Thank you, bye bye. As you can see, that knife is absolutely brilliant. If you want one of those knives, don't forget to check the links down on the description. So let's add the plenty to the knife. When we've got the give it a good toss around, and let's chop it. Brown onion, white onion. also VG3. It's entirely up to you. Enjoy this beautiful recipe. Sprinkle a bit more chives on top of it and enjoy. So let's go for the second recipe. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, please. So let's add a small drizzle of olive oil. It's down below in the description. So let's add peppers and give it a good mix. So 4 garlic cloves, you can use just 2 if you want. I like garlic, but you can do it for less if you want. So I'm going to simmer for about 10 minutes and set aside. Meantime, we've got 2 baguettes, 2 French baguettes. So as you can see, I'm cutting the top because I'm going to take the inside of the baguette so that I'm trying to make a basket. Size right, taking that right now. I'm not going to be using whatever I do in this video. You can do whatever you want with that into account. So I'm going to sprinkle about 50 to 60 grams of canned tuna. Sorry. You can put a little bit more if you like. And now it's time to add the courgette into the bucket. So I'm going to try to wipe it down a little bit gently. And I'm going to use just the egg yolk. So I'm going to place 3 in each bucket. oil, 200 grams of cooked rice from the day before. Usually that's the leftovers. So 2 tablespoons of soy sauce. And now let's mix all this really well. Another pinch of salt for good margin. Now let's chop through spring onions. I do use the whole spring oil. Some people just use the one part of it. I use it all. Don't waste. So add the spring onions. Then you're gonna mix nice hot at this point. And that's it, it's ready. So hope you enjoy. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another recipe. We're going to be doing egg noodles with peas. Very simple recipe. If you're in a rush, let's use 2 packs of noodles. I am breaking them down, but you can leave them just in one whole piece. And I'm going to cover it with water. Hot water, warm water. And just bring all of that to a boil. I'm going to use a mix of white oil, some sugar, let's cook all of this for about 2 minutes. 12 to 15 minutes. Okay, 12 minutes later. So that's parsley and that's coriander. So roughly chopped, both of them. You can use just one, you can use just parsley, you can use just coriander. I like to use both this time. So let's add the parsley, the coriander, and give it a good mix again. So that beautiful coriander and parsley taste gets into all the food. Let it simmer for about 2 minutes, and you can serve it and enjoy it. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, please. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another beautiful video. We're going to be doing an amazing, unusual breakfast. So let's crack 3 eggs. And let's whisk them well. Beautiful. So at this point I'm going to be adding a little bit of salt, a little bit of paprika, a little bit of black pepper, and whisk that well again. So I'm going to be chopping 2 spring onions. As usual, I do use the whole spring onion, so no waste at all. And let's dip that spring onions into the eggs. Fresh coriander. Roughly chopped, and let's dip them into the eggs as well. So one small pack of noodles. I'm going to break them down, but there's no need to break them down. You can use the whole pack together. So I'm going to cover it with boiling water. Set aside for about 3 minutes. In the meantime, a small drizzle of olive oil into a frying pan, and let's brush the frying pan. So it's not a non-stick frying pan, so the oil will help. So at this point, let's take off the eggs and let it cook for a couple of minutes. Only half Very healthy rosemary. If you don't use it, you should start using it. So 20 mils of olive oil, and just give it a bit of a whisk. Just mix it well, and let's set it aside. Keep it for now. So 1 eggplant, so I'm going to be doing long stripes of eggplants. Can be a little bit thinner than I did. It's not yet good. I'm going to be making mine, so they're going to be losing a lot of size. So into baking tray. Now we're going to be using that beautiful olive oil infused with the rosemary, and we're just going to brush the eggplant. You can do it on both sides if you like. It's entirely up to you. So they get 180 for about 15 minutes. And while the eggplant is baking, so I'm gonna go to the next step. So a nice drizzle of olive oil. And let's chop 1 onion while the olive oil is heating up. So nice fine chopped. Beautiful knife. Link is in the description. Let's add the onions to fry. So just fry for a couple of minutes. And in the meantime, we're going to chop through garlic cloves. The garlic just cooks faster, so better to leave just the onion for a few more minutes. And let's add the garlic. Perfect. So now we're going to be adding 300 grams of tuna chunks. So you can buy this tuna already canned from the supermarket. I bought this one in spring water, which is deep drained water. It's working good, it's smelling amazing. So 400 grams of chopped tomatoes. You can use fresh ones. I'm using canned as well. But it can be done with fresh tomatoes. It's absolutely fine. So let's add a bit of water. Sometimes you just need to use whatever you got on your cupboard. So add some salt, black pepper, and some spicy flakes, or you can use fresh chili if you like. Smoked paprika, and dry oregano. Let's give it a good mix. And now we're going to let it simmer for about 10 to 12 minutes. Okay, so now in the baking tray, let's do the first layer with baked eggplant that we did before. Now we're gonna do the next layer with the tuna. You can add fresh coriander, you can add fresh basil. It's entirely up to you. You can use any herb if you like. And now 1 layer of cheddar cheese. You can use any other cheese you like. And another layer with the eggplant. So I'm going to use the rest of the infused olive oil with rosemary, and I'm going to give a little touch so make it 190 degrees until you get the cheese melted. In my case, I like my cheese like a little bit crispy, so I let it stay a little bit longer. It's entirely up to you. Looks amazing. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe our channel, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, hello, welcome to another video. We're going to be cooking mussels, fresh mussels. Don't need to peel them, just going to be smashing them. Look at that beautiful knife. You can buy one. I left the link down below in the description. Don't forget to subscribe, and let's add those garlic cloves. Just smashed. Let's add the fresh raisins. So mussels will start to open at this point. And there will be time to add a small glass of hot water. Cover it with the lids and let the mussels open. As soon as they open, fully open, it will be time to take them out from the stove. as soon as you get to this point, you need to add 100 grams of chocolate chips. Usually they can be used to do cookies. And now, as you can see, I'm using this sort of paper tins, paper molds. We're gonna start the whole next. So bake it 190 Celsius until you get this beautiful, nice golden color on top. And that's it. Then I hope you enjoy it, and thank you for watching. And don't forget to subscribe, share this video, and give us a like. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another beautiful recipe. So add some salt to boiling water. So let's add 500 grams of fresh coats, only the white fish. I'm using fresh coats. Bring to boil and cook for about 8 to 10 minutes. Perfect. So now drain all well. And just leave it to cool down. Perfecto. So 250 grams of chickpeas, and if you like to have one of those beautiful Japanese knives, don't forget the link below in the description. Let's one small onion. Let's chop this beautiful onion with this beautiful knife. Look at that precision. Wow, that's amazing. You should have one of those. And let's add the onion into the chickpeas. Now we're gonna chop some fresh coriander, again with that beautiful knife. Look at that. Don't forget to buy yours. I'm not that fast, I just speed the video. Let's add the coriander. You can add a little bit less if you don't really want to add that much. I love coriander, so loads for me. Like I said, don't forget to get your knife. So I'm gonna just chop some half orange pepper. Can be red, can be green, can be any color you like. And let's add the pepper. Perfect. Now give it a mix. So I'm gonna break down the fish in small pieces. It's he already cooled down, so it's fine. I don't want it hot. A little bit of black pepper. And a little bit more salt. A bit of smoked paprika. A drizzle of olive oil. A big drizzle of olive oil. And let's mix all this fish well so it can absorb all the flavor from the seasoning. So let's add the fish into the chickpeas. Sorry. So one garlic clove, and again look at the precision. Beautiful, beautiful knife. very sharp. You need to be careful with one of those. So let's add the garlic. That's optional. You can actually not add the garlic if you don't like it. It's absolutely fine. So mix well. And a bit more olive oil. Beautiful. So 1 lemon. And we're gonna squeeze that beautiful lemon into this beautiful salad. Can use vinegar if you don't have any lemons. Any kind of vinegar. And let's mix it well. Oh, it smells so good. Oh my god, so beautiful. And that's it, done. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to give a like. Don't forget to leave us a comment and share the video with your friends. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another video. Okay, 230 grams of self-raising flour, and let's save all this beautiful flour, so all the clumps they go away this way. Grams of sugar, I'm going to mix the sugar with the flour. 30 ml of lemon juice, 60 ml of vegetable oil, and 240 ml of water. So let's incorporate the flour with the water. Maybe using a spoon, which is going to be much easier. And 2 tablespoons of lemon zest. What about 1 lemon? A bit more water. And let's mix it right up. So the consistency is more or less, as you can see here, which is more or less the same than for pancakes. Let's brush the tin with some butter, the tin cake, so the cake won't stick into the bottom of the tin. Be adding some flour and spread the flour around, and that together with the butter will avoid the cake to stick into the baking tray. Don't forget to take the excess of flour out. Very important. And let's place the dough into the baking tray. Extra flavor, just a little touch, and bake it 190 Celsius until it's nice and golden. 150 grams of icing sugar, 2 tablespoons of boiling water. You may well need a bit more depending on the brand. So in my case, I'm going to be adding a little bit more. So I'm going to mix all this well, and we're going to see the consistency that I want it to for this. So as you can see, that's it. Not too runny, thick. So now just spread it on the top of the lemon cake, and that's it. Pretty much done. It's quite simple and quite nice. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to share the video, and don't forget to give us a like.
Hello my friends and welcome to my channel. From which country are you watching my channel? 320 grams puff pastry. Let's cut the puff pastry into 6 equal parts. Cheddar cheese or any other cheese. Add the cheese to one of the parts of the dough. Add salt. Add black pepper. Add spicy flakes. Add smoked paprika. Add spinach leaves. Give us a like on this video. Now let's place one of the dough halves on top of the other. Now with our fingers we will press the dough to seal it. Now I am going to use a fork to seal it a little more and make a decoration. I am just doing a bit more decoration. Let's crack one egg. Whisk well. Give a nice egg wash. Sprinkle poppy seeds on top. Place them on a baking tray. Bake at 180 Celsius or 355 Fahrenheit until golden brown. Enjoy!
$320 grams puff pastry. Roll out the puff pastry. Hello my friends and welcome me, hope everyone is well. From which country are you watching my channel? Cut the puff pastry into 6 equal parts. Get a cup muffin tray. Place the puff pastry inside the tray. Make different shapes. One egg. Let's crack the egg. Whisk the egg. Do an egg wash on the inside. Poppy seeds. Sprinkle the poppy seeds all over. "100 grams strawberries jam. Place a spoonful of jam in each cup. Walnuts. Place the walnuts. Looking good so far. "200 grams brie cheese. If you like to have an amazing Japanese knife like this one, you can find the link below in description. I will cut about 6 chunks of cheese. Place the cheese in. Honey. A few more walnuts on top. Bake at 190°C or 375°F until golden brown. Amazing. Smells so good. A bit more honey on top. Enjoy!
One avocado. Cut the avocado in half. Hello my friends and welcome. From which country are you watching my channel? Remove the pit. Remove the avocado core. Mash the avocado. Support my channel. Subscribe my channel please. Salt. Spicy flakes. Black pepper. Olive oil. Mix well. Spring onions. Add the spring onions. Mix well. Two eggs. Let's crack the eggs. Salt. Black pepper. Mix well. $15 grams of butter. Add the beaten eggs. Leave to cook completely. Hold it hot. Two bread slices. Toast them for a few minutes on each side. Spread the avocado onto the bread. Add the eggs. Half tomato. Place the chopped tomatoes onto the toast. Looks amazing. Spinach. Enjoy.
Hello, welcome to another recipe. We're going to be doing amazing homemade apple pie. So let's crack 3 eggs. flour, 5 grams of baking soda, and we're gonna see if how nice they are. So we're gonna incorporate all this flour with the mix. You can do it with the machine. I prefer to do it by hand. So as you can see, it's getting thicker. So now I'm using the spoon. For me, it's easier with the spoon. But so we're going to chop two apples. First, we're going to take the grains. I'm just going to take the liver. I'm using the skin and everything. I think it gives a really nice flavor. And let's add the fresh apple into the mix. So just incorporate well the apple in the dough. Now brush the baking tray with melted butter or soft butter. With the flour. And now what we're going to do, we're going to funnel that flour along the tray on the side as well. And whatever is left, just take it out. So this way, the cake won't stick into the baking tray. Shake a little bit and just make it down a little bit just to get all this out. Now we're going to use another apple and just slice it this way. I'm using the skin and everything like I said, and just put it on top. And I'm going to put 20 grams of melted butter all over the apple on the top. Celsius for 30 minutes. Preheated oven. And it looks nice. Hello, welcome to another video. Today we're going to cook. Actually, we're going to bake amazing bread. 730 grams of strong white bread flour, 8 grams of salt, 12 grams of dried yeast, give it a good mix. And I'm gonna add 350 ml of warm water. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and thank you for watching. Usually I do start to mix with a wooden spoon, with a normal spoon. Dough from my hands. It's still quite sticky. I'm gonna add a little bit more water. Just spread the flour. Keep all the straight cream, double cream, simple cream, anyway you like. 2 tablespoons of sugar, white or brown. Hello, welcome to another beautiful video. Let's crack 6 eggs. Adding 250 ml of milk, room temperature milk, and mix the milk with the eggs. So 50 ml of vegetable oil, can be olive oil as well if you like, and mix that well together. Grams of melted butter and salted butter, and mix all that well So 300 grams of self-raising flour. I'm going to be sieving bits at a time, so that way you won't get any clumps in the dough. All the flour, you have to more or less until it gets all the cheese covered. And now I'm going to do another layer. I will start with cheese. Another layer of the liquid dough. I used 150 grams of cheese, I used 150 grams of chorizo, and I used 150 grams of ham. Now this layer, I think I'm just going to be using cheese, but you can put another complete layer. Just put the rest of the dough on top. Now make it 180 Celsius until you get this nice beautiful golden color. It looks absolutely amazing. I'm just going to cut it down and show you how the inside, how it looks. Beautiful. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, welcome to another beautiful video. So 300 grams of chicken. I'm using chicken breast. And I'm just going to be slicing it. Chicken drizzle. Add a drizzle of olive oil. You can chop the chicken a little bit smaller if you like. I prefer it this way. So salt, black pepper, and turmeric. I'm going to be adding spicy flakes as well. 2 garlic cloves. And I'm going to mix all that, make sure that the chicken gets those beautiful flavors. So, a drizzle of olive oil or vegetable oil, let's add 1 chopped big onion. Let it simmer for a few minutes. 5 to 6, 7 minutes. And let's add the chicken. Okay, so the chicken will change for this beautiful golden color. Meantime, we're going to chop 1 yellow sweet pepper. Small chunks. And add some spring onions. stirring until the cream, the sauce gets thicker, as you can see now. So at this point I'm gonna cover it, let it simmer for about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes on low heat. Wow, looks amazing, smells amazing, beautiful, perfect. I do hope you enjoyed, and thank you very much for watching my videos. A bit of coriander on top as decoration, and enjoy. Hello, welcome to another recipe. So we're going to be cooking cabbage noodles. So drizzle olive oil into a hot pan. So we're going to be cutting down 2 medium onions, or you can put a big one. So now I'm going to be cutting down a bell pepper. You can do any color. I'm using green, but you can use red or yellow. It's up to you. Roughly chop up more or less this size. Add peppers into the pan and let it cook together with the onions for about 6 minutes. So 4 garlic cloves. I love garlic. You can put less if you want. Let's add the garlic. I like it for about 2 minutes. So now we're going to use like 3 or 4 or 5 cabbage leaves. Roll them down and just chop them. Set them in slices. And just add that to the pan. It's going to look like a massive volume, but as let's stop it down. We'll go down to use volume. So now we're going to put it in this. I'm going to put it in so just put it in boiling water. For around 2 to 3 minutes. Add the water that you want to do this and add it to the and let us cook for a few minutes. Add a bit of salt, salt and paste, black pepper paste as well. So it's entirely up to you what quantity you're going to put. 1 tablespoon of soy sauce. And as you can see, let it simmer for 5 minutes. And as you can see, the cabbage should be loose quite a lot of volume. So now I'm going to pass all of this to the spread all over the food. And I'm going to be adding the noodles on layers. Now I'm going to be using 100 grams of cheddar cheese. You can use different cheese if you like. For me, those 100 grams of cheese, they're going to be more or less enough to cover the last layer. plate and put it like into the pan. So as you can see, it's nice and golden. So now we're gonna slice about 5 or 6 fresh cherry tomatoes. Place them on top of the frittata. Let's add some more Parmesan cheese on top. And some more cheddar cheese as well. Let's chop some spring onions. And let's place them on top of the cheese. So cover the pan and let it cook on low heat for about 10 minutes. You also can put it in the oven, it will be absolutely fine as well. And as you can see, it's nice and golden with some fresh cherry tomatoes, spring onions, and a touch of cheese on top, and absolutely amazing. A bit more fresh coriander on top, and that's absolutely beautiful. You can put a bit more cheese if you like, and that's it. It's absolutely amazing. Wonderful. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to share and give us a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much. Bye. Hello, welcome to another video. French toast with chocolate on top. So let's crack 2 eggs. And let's whisk them nicely. Now set aside the eggs. We're going to be using them later on. So 50 grams of sugar. White sugar. not it, but I like a bit of a crunch. and let them whisk whisk the eggs. So I'm going to be adding a little bit of salt. You can do that later, but I decided to do it now. I'm going to be adding paprika, smoked paprika, black pepper, and I'm going to mix well. Spring onions, I'm going to be using 3. You can use 4, just 2, it's entirely up to you. Just roughly chop them. It can be a little bit finer if you like, it's entirely up to you. I'm going to use the whole spring onion. I'm going to mix that with the eggs. I'm going to mix it really well. Perfect. So fresh coriander, as you can see, I'm not even gonna chop it, just big chunk of it. And dip all of that coriander into the eggs as well. I'm breaking the noodles. I'm not really sure, you can just put them in one whole piece. So I'm using 2 packs of noodles, which you can buy in any supermarket really. So I'm gonna cover with water and let it simmer for about 3 minutes. I'm gonna be adding a mix of dry herbs, but that's optional, or you can use your imagination. So at this point I'm gonna add the eggs, and I'm gonna try to spread them as much as possible and get them mixed with the noodles. I'm going to be adding 50 grams of pumpkin seeds, and mix them well. 60 grams of cheddar cheese or any other cheese you like. Mix well. At this point you can turn your stove off, so turn the fire out if you like. I'm gonna simmer for another 3 minutes just to melt the cheese, but it doesn't really need to stay under the fire. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another video. Hello my friends and welcome. So 350 grams of puff pastry. Let us know from where you're watching the videos down below in comments. Now with the rolling pin, I'm gonna stretch this beautiful puff pastry. Don't forget to subscribe our channel, that's the way you can grow us, helping to grow. So peel 2 bananas and let's chop them. It doesn't really matter the size, because that is gonna go into the blender. Strawberries, no matter how you chop them, because they're gonna go into the blender as well. So 4 tablespoons of milk. This will help the blender to get smoother. So I'm going to be adding a mix of sugar and cinnamon. It's about a teaspoon of each. 20 grams of chocolate sprinkles. So only half of my strawberries they fit here. If you've got a big blender, you can do all in one go. I'm going to have to blend first and add this strawberries, as you can see now. So I'm gonna be adding the rest of the strawberries, and I'm gonna add like a tablespoon of icing sugar, and of course I'm gonna be blending all the rest. So now let's spread all this beautiful mix on the top of the puff pastry. And I'm gonna be rolling until half, and I'm gonna do it from the other side. And now the ends, I'm gonna squeeze them so they can get really glue and sealed as much as possible. And I'm gonna open the dough like sort of into a canoe shape, kayak. I'm gonna be adding some more chocolate sprinkle, and I'm gonna fill the rest of the dough with the strawberry mix. A bit more of icing sugar, and bake it 180 Celsius until it gets nice golden brown. As you can see, it looks amazing. A bit more of icing sugar, and enjoy. Thank you very much for watching, and don't forget to subscribe our channel. That's the way you can help us. Thank you. Hello, my friends, and welcome to my channel. Let's go for another recipe. So 150 grams of strawberries. So don't forget to let me know from where you're watching my videos. So I'm going to be chopping 2 bananas. Subscribe my channel, please. That's the only way you can help me. Thank you. So 300 grams of puff pastry. Puff. I'm going to be rolling out this beautiful puff roof pastry. So I'm going to brush it with sprinkle the dough with a mixture of sugar and cinnamon. video, we're gonna be doing a nice healthy salad. So we're gonna be dicing 2 eggplants. Just like that. Beautiful. Looks amazing. So let's get the heat on. A nice drizzle of olive oil into this beautiful pan, and let's add the eggplants. So as you can see, I'm gonna take it off and set aside. In the meantime, I'm gonna be chopping 250 grams of cherry tomatoes. I'm just gonna be chopping in half, or you can do it in quarters, it's entirely up to you. And I'm gonna be adding another 100 grams of normal tomatoes. So add the tomatoes and the cherry tomatoes into a bowl. And I'm gonna peel this cucumber just with a stripe, and I'm gonna cut it in half and dice it. So add the cucumber. Beautiful. So let's chop some spring onions. And add the spring onions. This is going to be a beautiful salad. So I'll give it a good mix. At this point it has no seasoning, which I'm doing it now. Add some salt, black pepper, dry oregano. That goes really well with the tomatoes. And I'm just gonna roughly chop some fresh coriander, some fresh basil. You can use parsley, you can use rosemary. So let's add the herbs into the bowl. Give it a good mix. And a drizzle of olive oil. Mix well. And now into a tray. I'm kind of be doing the first layer with the salads, already seasoning, and with the olive oil. Then I'm going to be adding the cooked eggplant that we did before. Or you can mix everything up, it's entirely up to you. So, end of the day, it's salad. I decided to do it this way. You can do it all different ways. And now I'm going to be doing another layer with the rest of the salad. Now I'm going to be using 200 grams of feta cheese, and I'm going to be dicing the finished cheese. actual knife, of course. So just sprinkle the cottage cheese on top of the salads. And a touch of balsamic vinegar. And that's it. Enjoy.
Hello my friends and welcome. A drizzle of olive oil. From which country are you watching my channel? If you like to have amazing Japanese knife like this one, you can find the link below on description. 1 eggplant. Subscribe my channel, like and share the video with your friends. Add eggplant. One onion. Add onion. Four garlic cloves. Add garlic. Half bell pepper. Add bell pepper. Fry for 8 minutes. 400 milliliters of blended plum tomatoes or passata. Subscribe my channel, like and share the video with your friends. milliliters cream. Coriander. Add coriander. Simmer for 12 minutes. Let's cook the pasta and sort into boiling water. Add 350 grams of spaghetti. It will take 10 minutes to be cooked. Add salt. Add black pepper. Looks ready. Add pasta. Mix well with the sauce. Perfect. Serve with Parmesan cheese. Enjoy. Second recipe. If you like to have an amazing Japanese knife, you can find the link below on description. 2 eggplants. Hello my friends and welcome to my channel. From which country are you watching my channel? Place the eggplant on the tray. Add black pepper. Add salt. Make it 180C or 350F for about 20 minutes. While the eggplant is in the oven, let's move on to the drizzle of olive oil. Add 1 sliced red onion. Let the onion fry for a few minutes. chop garlic cloves. Add 100 grams of sliced mushrooms. Add 250 grams of half cherry tomatoes. Add black pepper. Add salt. Add smoked paprika. Add spicy flakes. Stir well so that the seasonings are mixed. Let it cook until the tomatoes are well cooked. Add fresh rosemary. Add 100 grams grated carrot. Stir well. Sprinkle with spring onions. Sprinkle with coriander. Add leftover rice. Mix the rice well. Eggplant is ready. Make the first layer with the eggplant. Make a layer with the rice. Another layer of eggplant. Another layer of rice. Another layer of eggplant. One more layer with plain rice. Add spring onions. Add coriander. Last layer eggplant. Last layer of rice. Cover with cheddar cheese. Place in the oven until the cheese melts. Ready, looks amazing. Enjoy.
Olive oil to a hot pan. Nice drizzle of olive oil. And let's chop one onion. to cook the pasta, you need to add some plenty salt into the boiling water. So add the pasta and keep stirring until the water boils again. So this allows the pasta to stick together with the pasta clumps of pasta. So macaroni takes about 5 minutes. At this point I'm going to be adding 240 grams of chickpeas. It looks quite a lot, but it isn't, because the green shell after cooked, it loses quite a lot of just one third of the size. So, pasta is ready. Let's add the pasta. brush it around, so this will avoid to stick into the pan. And let's add all this beautiful mix. So I'm gonna flood it down and try to spread it all over the pan. And medium heat, and let's cover in about 7 to 8 minutes. Turn it around. And let it cook for about another 3 minutes. And that's it. Enjoy. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another recipe. If you'd like to have one of those beautiful knives, you've got the link below in the description. So, 2 eggplants. And I'm just gonna slice that beautiful eggplant, as you can see. Let me know from where you're watching my videos. I'm gonna place those slices of eggplant into a baking tray. Beautiful, they look amazing. I'm gonna add black pepper. I'm going to be adding salt. And I'm going to bake it at 180 for about 20 minutes. In the meantime, let's move on. And a drizzle of olive oil. Add 1 sliced red onion or normal onion. Let it fry for a few minutes until it starts to change color. And I'm going to be adding the chopped garlic cloves. And I'm going to be adding 100 grams of sliced onion. Any kind of mushroom you like. It doesn't need to be an specific kind of mushroom, whatever you like. 250 grams of olive cherry tomatoes. I think I did not cut them, but they can be just half of them. I'm going to be adding red pepper. Fresh chili. So let's mix everything well. Okay, so I'm gonna let it cook until you can see that the skin of the tomato is starting to get broken. So I'm gonna be adding some fresh rosemary. Beautiful smell. Adding 100 grams of grated carrots. It's got 1 big carrot. And mix everything well. Okay, sprinkle with the spring onions, fresh coriander, and I'm going to be using lentils, cover them with water, and don't forget to leave on the comments and tell us from where you are watching the video. So soak the lentils for 2 hours. So 2 hours later, let's make sure that we're going to be draining all those lentils. Take all the water from it. Squeeze them well. So now we're going to be adding them into the blender. You're going to need a big blender, or you're going to have to blend them in 2 or 3 times. So 1 carrot, I'm going to grate 1 carrot. Don't forget to subscribe, like and share the video with your friends. That's the way you can help us to grow. So add the carrot into the blender. It doesn't really matter how we're going to chop it, because then it's going to go into the blender. So 2 garlic cloves. Decide how you're going to chop them. It doesn't really matter either, because like I said before, that is going to go into the blender. The blender is going to be doing all the work for us. Dry oreganos, spicy flakes, a little touch of spicy, and black pepper or white pepper, any pepper you like. So we're gonna be cracking 1 egg, and we're gonna be adding the whole egg into the blender as well, and let the blender do the work for us. It takes a bit of time, but eventually it gets into a paste like you can see now. Still too liquid, so we're going to be adding 150 grams of breadcrumbs to give a bit more consistency to the lentils, to the mix. And as you can see, got to a point where it doesn't stick to your hands, and I'm gonna kind of like shape it into small balls, and let's do all the rest as well. I think I did quite a few. I may or may not show all of that in the video, but I did quite a few. So now let's make sure that the oil is hot. Let's place do that. So I'm gonna be adding spring onion. And I'm gonna be grating 50 grams of Parmesan cheese, or any other cheese you like. I'm gonna be adding the cheese. And I'm going to try to subscribe my channel, like the video, so as you can see, after a while we change color to color paprika. I'm going to be adding a lot of flour. So it's probably not intense, but I still done it. So obvious that I did use about 100 grams, but it depends on potatoes. It depends. It may require a little bit more. So the point is, if it's not too sticky, that's the perfect point. So I'm just going to get some shapes just to show you that you can continuously make a shape like on the wings. You can do just sticks. And I'm gonna be doing sticks. I think I also done some pancakes shape. Little ones obviously, but I prefer sticks. Okay, so I'm gonna fry them in hot oil until they get nice and golden brown. I think it was a few that they passed that point, but most of them they end up becoming nicely golden brown, as you can see. Beautiful. Just make sure that you take the excess of oil, and that's it. They're nice, beautiful done. Enjoy. Thank you very much. Don't forget to subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another beautiful video. Okay, so let's add a small drizzle of olive oil. Please tell us on the comments from where you're watching the video, please. So I'm gonna grate one courgette, zucchini. So I'm gonna add the courgette into the frying pan, and the show is about to begin. So don't forget to subscribe and share the video with your friends. So 3 small peppers. I choose one of each color, and let's chop them nice and thin. So let's add the peppers. Give it a good mix. So 4 garlic cloves. Now you can chop them any way you like, to be honest. So let's add the garlic. Add salt to your taste, obviously. I'm going to be adding spicy flakes, black pepper, and give it a good mix again. So all the ingredients, they can get the taste of the condiments. So I'm going to be using fresh rosemary. I think the smell and the taste is absolutely amazing. Okay, let us simmer for about 10 minutes. And after that, just set aside. Now we got 2 baguettes, so we're gonna do, as you can see, I'm gonna be cutting the top and take the inside. So this is baguettes that they got already a couple of days, so instead of throwing them away, I'm just gonna be using them for something nice. Just take the insides. And the first layer, I'm gonna sprinkle some tuna fish, canned tuna fish, about 50 to 60 grams. You can put a little bit more if you want, depending on the size of your baguette, obviously. And now I'm gonna fill the baguettes with the zucchini and the peppers that we cooked previously. So I'm just gonna flood it down a little bit, and I'm gonna use 6 egg yolks. I'm going to place 3 in each baguette. Looks amazing. This one did blow, but that's fine, no problem. Now I'm going to put some cheddar cheese on top. And I'm gonna bake at 170 Celsius until the cheese is melted and nice and golden brown, as you can see here. So the smell is amazing, just perfect. Enjoy. It's a good way to reuse bread, leftovers of bread. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to another recipe. So we're going to be using 600 grams of broccoli. So let's cut them down. Don't forget to tell me from which country are you watching my channel. Please leave it down in the comments. I will make sure that I will reply. This amazing knife, you can find the link down below in the description. It's absolutely beautiful and very efficient. So precision, very sharp, the best you can have. Don't forget to get one. So let's place the broccoli into the tray. So 150 grams of grated carrots. I'm just going to spread them around. I wanted to look beautiful, but you actually can base it on it's not a problem. I'm doing it this way, so easy to Thank you very much for this. Some cherry tomatoes. I didn't cut them in half, but you can cut them in quarters, you can cut them as you wish. 50 grams of radish. This can be optional if you don't like radish. So 4 eggs. Let's crack them down. Perfect. So let's beat the eggs. Beat them well. Double cream, white cream, any cream you like. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, please, and thank you for watching. So mix everything well. mix into the tray. Like I said, you can do all this in one go and mix everything. I'm just doing that for the video to explain a little bit better. So I'm gonna cover with aluminium foil. And I'm gonna bake it for 30 minutes at about 190 degrees Celsius. So 30 minutes later, I'm gonna take the foil and I'm gonna put it back in the oven for another 15 minutes. Now it's ready, looking really, and I do hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much for watching, and don't forget to subscribe. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to another recipe. So 600 mils of cream, let's put it into a bowl. So hello my friends, how are you? 10 mils of vanilla extract, given or taken. 2 tablespoons of sugar, 500 grams of pineapple, any kind of pineapple. So we're gonna blend it so it doesn't make any difference. Can be from cans, can be fresh one. It's entirely up to you. So I'm gonna blend this beauty. And I'm gonna be adding the blended pineapple into the cream. Don't forget to let me know from where you're watching my video. Okay, so let's thicken the cream. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, please. Thank you. Here we go. Looks wonderful. Okay, so 300 ml of milk. Just gonna put it into a bowl. So plain room temperature milk will do. If it's cold, this does work as well. So 400 grams of sponge fingers. So I'm gonna dip them into the milk, and I'm gonna create a layer inside the tray. So we're gonna dip all of them. So and let's create the first layer with the sponge fingers, golden fingers. There you go. I'm not gonna make you watch all of them, so I'm just gonna make it a bit bigger. Here we go. So that's the first layer. Now we're gonna add 1 layer of cream, which is already mixed with the pineapple and the vanilla extract and the sugar. We're going to spread it around. And we're going to create another layer with the sponge finger dipped in milk. Don't forget. And another layer of cream. Another layer of sponge fingers. And the last layer of cream. So place it in the fridge for about an hour or 2. So 200 grams of cashew nuts. So we're gonna blend them. Here we go. I left mine really fine, but you can left yours a little bit bigger. It's entirely up to you. That's how I got mine. Okay, so 1 hour later, we're gonna take that beautiful cake from the fridge and we're gonna sprinkle the cashew nuts all over. So So obvious that you can do your own decoration, it's entirely up to you. I'm gonna use some sponge fingers to put on the top of the cake, but like I said, it's entirely up to you how you wanna. You can put some fruit on the top, you can put some pineapple, it's entirely up to you. Looks amazing, and I do hope you enjoy. Please don't forget to subscribe to my channel. That's an amazing way for you to help me. Okay, so I can create more recipes and more videos like this one. It looks absolutely amazing. And don't forget to like the video, leave a comment, share the video with your friends, and thank you very much for watching.
Hello my friends and welcome to my channel. I will be doing amazing vegetarian recipe today. 150 grams spaghetti. From which country are you watching my channel? Let me know in the comments. Add a good drizzle of olive oil on top of the pasta. 1 big carrot. Fine chop the carrot. Support my channel. Subscribe my channel please. Add the carrot into the side of the pan. A full head of spinach. Add the spinach into the pan. 1 onion. Fine chop the onion. Add the onion into the pan. Spring onions. Add the spring onion into the pan. Add 150 grams of sweet corn. Add 2 chopped garlic cloves. Add 200 grams of chopped tomatoes. Add a bit of spicy to your taste. Add black pepper. Add salt. Add hot water just to cover the pasta and veggies. Make sure everything is covered. Cover with the lid and simmer for 12 minutes. Just having a quick look looks good. 10 minutes later and it's ready. Perfect. Served with Parmesan cheese on top. Enjoy. 100 grams sugar. Support my channel. Subscribe please. Mix well. (100 milliliters) milk. Mix well. (10 milliliters) vanilla extract. Mix well. (70 milliliters) vegetable oil. Mix well. Lemon zest. Orange zest. Mix well. (160 grams plain flour). Let's sift the flour. Mix the flour well. Sift the rest of the flour. (7 grams baking powder). Sift the baking powder. Mix well. A 20 centimeters baking tin. Bake at 180°C or 355°F until golden brown. Amazing! Sprinkled with icing sugar. Perfect. Enjoy.
Hello, welcome to the beautiful. So let's cook the pasta and add some salt and water. 250 grams of pasta. I'm using microwave pasta, which keeps chilling until it gets the So add the leek. And one garlic clove. So let's chop that nice and fine. Add the garlic. Salt. Black pepper. Grams of sweet corn. 250 grams of peas. $300 grams of tuna chunks. So let's add the pasta. Mils of fresh cream. So I'm going to be chopping fresh coriander. Add the coriander. So let's mix all that well. Let it simmer for about 10 minutes. So let's move into a tray. So the tray I'm using is going to be enough for the whole cooking I have done. So I'm just going to flat it down. Still nice and warm. Let me tell you that. $300 grams of cheddar cheese, or any other cheese you like mozzarella or anyone you like. So for 20 minutes, let's bake it at 190 Celsius or until we get the cheese nice and golden. So that looks absolutely amazing. Let me take a slice of it, and I can tell you the smell and the taste of it is just absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another recipe. 350 grams of broccoli. If you like to have one of those amazing Japanese knives, you can find the link down below in the description. So let's chop a broccoli. By the way, those knives, they've got lifetime warranty and they can be shipped to any part of the world. They're absolutely amazing. We're gonna place them inside a bowl or a tray, and what is important is that we're gonna cover it with very hot water. nice homemade bread. Okay, so we're gonna blend a full hand of spinach. I'm not really sure how much quantity I put in the blend, just like the fresh spinach. To be careful, otherwise I'm going to spill everything out of the bowl, but it takes a little bit more time, but still going to be the same. So what we want is a nice smooth dough. If it's too dry, just add a little bit more water. Add little bits at a time, or otherwise you're going to have to add more flour than after that. So as you can see, it's getting already smoother and smoother. So I'm going to be kind of roll it a bowl, and I'm going to cover it and just leave it for about 10 minutes. So 10 minutes after, it did rise a little bit, but the point was just to let it rest a little bit. Just put flour on your board or on your counter. And now we're going to need the dough. I'm going to do it for about 10 minutes. It's quite a lot of different techniques that you can find to knead the dough. So I think this way, the way I do it, it's enough. It's good enough for the bread to get really good. So now, as you can see, it's getting even smoother. So I'm going to roll it down. I'm going to be placing a bit sprinkle flour on the bowl. You can use a little bit of olive oil if you like to. And now just cover it and just let it rest for about 2 hours. So as you can see, it doubled in size. So just take it out of the bowl. A bit more flour on your bowl. Just to avoid sticking. So at this point I'm going to stretch the dough. So to open it. So I'm going to use 100 grams of Parma ham. You can do this with chorizo as well. And now we're going to roll it. careful so it can be nice and tidy. And now just sort of gluing the edges and the bottom as well, so it won't open while it's baking. Turn it around. I do it this shape, but you can do it in a different shape if you want. So I'm using baking paper, flat on top of the baking paper, and I'm gonna place the dough and cover it for another half an hour. So half an hour passed, and we're gonna do a few cuts on the top of the dough. Not too deep, just about 5 millimeters deep or so. And now olive oil and fresh thyme. So I'm going to use the thyme to brush the olive oil on top of the dough, which already has the shape of the bread that we're going to see then after in the script. This will moisturize the bread as well. A bit more flour on top of the dough. Not too much, just a little bit, if you want. And bake at 240 Celsius for about 40 to 45 minutes. And as you can see, it looks absolutely amazing. I'm just going to cut it down just to look the inside how it looks. Hello, hello, welcome to another beautiful recipe. Okay, so salt into boiling water, and we're going to be using 700 grams of white fish fillets. This dish does work with any fish you want. So we're gonna cook those fillets. It doesn't take too long, in my case. So we're gonna remove the fish from the boiling water, and we're gonna reserve the water where we cook the fish. Very important. So a nice drizzle of olive oil into a hot pan. And let's chop 5 garlic cloves. You can rate them. I prefer this way because I like to feel the flavor of the garlic. So add the garlic into followed by the fish. That was pretty good. I'm kind of mashing the fish because he's gonna break down anyway along the way, so I'm gonna mix all the fish with the olive oil and the garlic. Otherwise you get a bitter taste. So I'm gonna add a full hand of fresh coriander. And I'm just going to, as you can see, I used the whole set of coriander. I didn't took the tails or nothing like that, just use it all because it gives quite a lot of taste into this dish. So 300 grams of shrimps, I'm using frozen ones, but you can add fresh ones. You can add tiger prawn. You can add any kind of shrimps or prawn, whatever you like. So let it cook for a few minutes, and now we're gonna set the bread. So just chop the breads. You can break the bread with your hands if you like to. I'm doing this with the kid. So place all in the bowl. Use the water very quickly to mash the bread. That's very important. If you do it with normal water, you won't get as much flavor as using the water very quickly. So add all the mashed bread into the pan. I'm going to be adding a bit more water when I cook the fish, from when I cook the fish. Later on, to the pan. For now, I'm just going to mix everything together. And as you can see, the bread is not really proper mashed yet, so this is going to need a bit more water. So now just carry on mashing and mixing it all together. I'm gonna be adding a bit of black pepper and salt. That's the only seasoning I did add into this fish. You can put a bit of spice if you like. So I'll let it cook for about 5 to 6 minutes. Looks kind of volcano just bubbling. So now I'm gonna crack 5 eggs. And I'm gonna whisk them really well. Turn the stove off and start to mix the eggs. Don't let it be too hot because otherwise you will get like scrambled eggs. So make sure that it keeps stirring and until you can see that the eggs will like properly cooked. 720 grams of strong white flour, 8 grams of salt, 12 grams of dry yeast. You can use fresh one if you like. So give it a good mix. And let's add 350 ml of warm water. Just half and then with half, or you can add all in one. So I'm going to start mixing with a wooden spoon, and then I will change it. I will use my hand. But to start off, I'm already using it. So it's time to change it. So I can use my hand. And now take your time. Add a bit more water. You see that it's still dry. Add a little bit of time. Because all the flowers, all the different bunch of flowers, they require a little bit more, a little bit less water. So just along as it goes, it's still dry. Add a little bit more bitter. So as you can see, it's getting soft. Now not sticking, so I'm going to be doing the dough and place it back in the bowl. And I'm going to cover the rest of the flour. So 10 minutes after, we're going to knead the dough. So it's a lot of different ways to do it. You can do it the way you like. To rest. A bit of flour. So you can use a bit of olive oil as well. It's going to be resting for 30 minutes, but if you want to leave it for 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, and even until 2 hours, it's absolutely fine. So it was hot these days, so as you can see, in 30 minutes, double the size. 200 Celsius for about 35 minutes. I do hope you enjoy. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome to another beautiful recipe. Let's crack 5 eggs. In this case it's 6. No, it's 5. It's 5. Add some salt. Add some black pepper. Smoked paprika. And dry oreganos. A bit of cinnamon powder. And give it a good mix. So let's chop some fresh coriander. A roughly chop. Let's add coriander. I'm gonna chop down some spinach, just roughly as well. And let's add the so just get them well involved. So now 700 grams of potatoes. I'm grating them. So rinse them and drain the water. Just clean them. So nice drizzle of olive oil into a hot pan. I'm just going to brush the pan with olive oil because later on you may want sticks, so this way I'm going to make sure nothing really stick to the fry pan. So I'm going to add half of the potatoes. Add some salt. Add some black pepper. Cheese. It can be any cheese. place them in the tray. And 180 Celsius. And just bake them until you can see the nice golden color of the cheese. So they look absolutely amazing. Wow, look at that. I'm just going to be cutting them in half. And let's have a look and see how they look inside. Look at that. Egg is cooked. Beautiful. Hello, hello, welcome to another recipe. So the drizzle of olive oil into a hot pan. I hope everyone is well. Hello, hello. And if you would like to have one of those amazing, beautiful Japanese knives, we do have the link below in the description. They're absolutely amazing. So one onion. So let's chop the onion. Let's cut it down. Okay, let's add the onion. So 2 garlic cloves. Let's add the garlic. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, please. That's a beautiful way to help me. Thank you. So 1 cabbage. Can be any kind of cabbage really. It's entirely up to you. I decided to have the side meat. So I'm gonna roll it down. And I'm gonna chop it. And there we go. Let's add the cabbage. Salt. Black pepper. And cumin. Give it a good mix. So as long as it starts cooking, so the cabbage is going to be losing some volume. It looks a lot, but it isn't. Let it simmer for about 5 minutes. Perfect. So let's add 100 grams of grated carrots. Or you can just chop them down. It's entirely up to you. Mix it well. And simmer for about another 5 minutes. Now we're going to put all this mix into a blender. I'm doing a bit of a mess. That's normal. So I'm going to be using fresh dill. Loads of it. Because I like it. You can use less. Fresh coriander. Or you can use different aromatic herbs. It's entirely up to you. So 50 ml of cream. Light cream. Double cream. Single cream. Anything. And let's blend up this beautiful mix. So I'm going to be adding 3 tablespoons of plain flour. So I'm going to watching. Thank you. Hello, hello. So the drizzle of olive oil. A nice drizzle of olive oil. And let's chop an eggplant. I'm gonna dice it. As you can see, more or less that size. Get this man. A little bit more again. So let's add the eggplant into the frying pan. Give it a little shake. And let's slice one onion. Medium one. It makes no difference really. This beautiful knife that you can see now, you can find the link in the description. It's absolutely amazing. So let's add the onion. And let's go and slice one length. And this beautiful knife again. Find the link in the description. It's absolutely an amazing Japanese knife. So add the link in the it's absolutely amazing. It makes all the difference. Let's add the tomatoes. Give it a good mix. So add some salt to your taste. Spicy flakes or nice fresh chilies, it's paprika or smoked paprika, about 2 teaspoons, dry oreganos or fresh oreganos if you have them. Now 400 grams of red kidney beans. You actually can use different beans if you like, depending what you have at home. 2 garlic cloves. And again, this beautiful knife. Absolutely amazing. So let's add the garlic. And I'm going to be cutting like 4 mushrooms, just a few of them. Slice them. And just add the mushrooms. Give it a good mix. And I'm gonna be adding fresh coriander. You can use parsley, you can use basil, rosemary. You can use all of them if you want. It will be absolutely amazing as well. So black pepper. And I'm going to be adding water until it covers the whole set of vegetables. As you can see here, it's still not covered, so I'm going to be adding a little bit more. Give it a good mix. And cover the pan and just let it simmer for about 20 minutes in low heat. So 20 minutes passed and we're going to be adding 3 eggs. So basically we're going to be poaching 3 eggs in there. I had bad luck with the first egg, but that's how it works. I've been cracking them directly into the pan so that can happen. So I'm gonna cut some fresh chives. And I'm gonna be adding some chives on top of the egg. Mine, they're gonna be cooking for about 3 minutes because I like them runny. But if you want them a bit well done, just leave them for 5, 6 or 7 minutes. Or even 8 minutes. I think will be more than enough to get the egg well done. So it looks amazing, it smells amazing, and I'm gonna be serving this beautiful dish. Hello, welcome to another video. Okay, we're gonna be doing marshmallow cookies. So let's crack 2 eggs. Mix that well, please. Ml of vanilla extract. welcome to another video. Wow. into a blender, 250 grams of sweet corn, 250 ml of fresh pepper, single or double bean, and let's perfect, so set aside for now, and let's 200 grams of chicken, just boiled chicken, and now we're going to be chopping green onion, about half an hour, and we're going to be adding, you want to use chicken before, I'm gonna add a bit of salt now and black pepper. A bit of spicy flakes. If you don't like spicy, don't do it. And let's mix that well again. Okay, so look at this beautiful knife. You can find the link to buy that knife on the description below. So what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be using 12 slices of bread, and I'm going to be cutting the edges. I'm going to be adding the chicken mayo and spread it around the best I can. Another layer of that. Press it a little bit. And another layer of chicken mayo. It's quite unfair to put quite a lot because I'm afraid that it's not going to be enough for the ways I'm going to be doing, but it looks right. Another layer of bread. And like I said, just press it a little bit down. It gets all like compact sort of sandwich. And another layer of chicken mayo. So lucky for me was enough to cover the whole bread. And the last layer, the 3 last slices of bread. So the blender that we did before, with sweet corn and the cream. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to be spreading that all over the top and all the sides. So as you can see, it's quite easy to spread it out. It has quite a creamy texture. still a little bit liquid. So what I'm gonna do, as soon as I spread all these mix around, I'm gonna place it in the fridge for a few hours. This can be used for birthday parties, for kids and all that stuff, because it's quite nice to have on the table. So I'm gonna grate 75 grams of Parmesan cheese. And I'm going to top it up with the Parmesan cheese. So into the fridge for a couple of hours. And as you can see, absolutely amazing. Presentation, flavor, it was absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for watching. Well, welcome to today's video. Five to 6 minutes, and now we're gonna cook the pasta. So add some nice salt into boiling water, add the pasta, try to spread them around and make sure that it's covered. So it takes about 10 to 12 minutes. Don't forget to look into your package, and let's chop 3 garlic cloves. Grams of chopped tomatoes. And I'm gonna be adding black pepper, salt, subscribe to the channel. That's the only way you can help us, and share the videos with your friends and family. So I'm going to be adding 240 grams of red kidney beans. You can choose any other beans, it's absolutely fine. Be adding 200 grams of fish fillets. It's pretty much stew fillets. So I'm cooking for 2. Cover them so they can cook faster. So let's cover and let's simmer for about 5 minutes. So I'm just gonna break down the fillets. So I'm going to be grating 50 grams of cheddar cheese. You can use mozzarella if you like. And I'm going to be adding cheese on top. Now the sauce will be a little bit thicker because of the cheese. Meanwhile, pasta is ready. Let's add some pasta. At this point you can turn off the stove. you very much for watching. Watch this for yourself. Thank you very much for watching, and don't forget to subscribe and share the video. Thank you.
Hello my friends, and welcome. 650 milliliters milk. Let's pour the milk into a pan. Support my channel. Subscribe my channel please. 1 lemon. Peel the lemon. Let's throw the lemon peel into the pan. 1 cinnamon stick. Let the milk to boil. Let the milk cool. I cooled mine down in the sink. 8 eggs. Separate the whites from the yolks. Give us a like on this video. Share the video. Do the same for the remaining eggs. Set the whites aside. $260 grams sugar. Add sugar to egg yolks. Mix well until it has a buttery texture. Set aside for 1 minute. 90 grams plain flour. Add around 30 milliliters of milk. Mix well. If it's too thick, add a little more milk. Mix well again. Add the flour that has been mixed with the milk to the egg yolks that have been mixed with the sugar. Mix well. Add the milk that we left to cool. Mix well. Now using the same pan where we boiled the milk. Let's add the mixture we made. With the heat low, we will stir continuously until it thickens. When it thickens and stays at this point, you are ready for the next step. Remove from heat and let cool. Once again, it will cool in the sink with cold water. Add a pinch of salt to the egg whites. Whisk the egg whites until stiff. Just like this. Gently mix the egg whites with the egg yolk mix. We're gonna need a big baking tray. With a large spoon, we will place the mixture on the tray. Cinnamon powder. Sprinkle with cinnamon powder on top. baked at 190C or 375F for 35 minutes. Perfect. Enjoy.
Hello, welcome to another video. We're going to be doing an amazing rice pudding hot this time, so hopefully they're working. And bring it to the boiling point. So 350 grams of rice. You roughly can wash the rice before. I haven't done it, but I should have done it. As you can see, I've got a few problems. But in the end, so let's simmer through the water until the rice gets a little bit more dry than it is now. And then as the rice is and as soon as it gets to this point, temperature.
bread slices. Cut the edges out. Hello my friends and welcome me, hope everyone is well. From which country are you watching my channel? Let me know in the comments. Now with a rolling pin, let's flat down the slice of bread. Do the same for all the slices. Nutella. Spread Nutella on all the bread slices. Subscribe my channel, like and share the video. Let's wrap the slice of bread with Nutella. $150 grams chocolate. Let's melt the chocolate. 150 grams almonds. Let's blend the almonds. Add the almonds into the chocolate. Mix well. Dip the bread into the chocolate. Place in the fridge for about 1 to 2 hours. 2 hours later. Amazing! Enjoy!
320 grams puff pastry. Roll out the puff pastry. Hello my friends and welcome. I hope everyone from which country are you watching my channel? Cut the puff pastry into 6 equal parts. top muffin tray. Place the puff pastry inside the tray. Make different shapes. One egg. Let's crack the egg. Whisk the egg. Do a wash on the inside. Poppy seeds. Sprinkle the poppy seed all over. 100 grams strawberry jam. Place a spoonful of jam in each cup. Walnuts. Place the walnuts. Looking good so far. $200 grams brie cheese. If you like to have an amazing Japanese knife like this one, you can find the link below in the description. I will cut about 6 chunks of cheese. Place the cheese in. Honey. A few more walnuts on top. Bake at 190C or 375F until golden brown. Amazing! Smells so good. A bit more honey on top. Enjoy. $320 grams of puff pastry. Hello my friends and welcome to my channel. From which country are you watching my channel? Let me know in the comments. Let's stretch the puff pastry a little with a rolling pin. Support my channel. Subscribe my channel please. One egg. Let's crack the egg. Whisk the egg. Let's give it a whisk to the puff pastry. poppy seeds. Sprinkle the poppy seeds on top of the kiwi. Desiccated coconut. Sprinkle the desiccated coconut. Let's roll the puff pastry. Roll up with the help of a parchment paper. Brush the top with egg. Add a bit more honey. Sprinkle the poppy seeds on top. Sprinkle a bit more desiccated coconut on top. Cut 10 to 12 slices. Place it on a baking tray. Bake at 190 Celsius or 375 Fahrenheit until golden brown. Looking good. Icing sugar. Sprinkle with icing sugar.
Welcome to my beautiful channel. So 350 grams of 50 grams of butter. You also can add a little bit of olive oil as well, so the butter won't burn, or at least will reduce the chances of burning. I'm not using any olive oil, but now we're going to be cooking the pasta, so as normal, salt and water. Place the spaghetti, it will take 10 to 12 minutes depending on the brand of spaghetti or the Michelin package. So I'm gonna chop 7 garlic cloves. You can grate the garlic if you want. So I'm just going to be adding that into the butter. So I'm going to have to be very careful because I don't want to burn the butter and I don't want to burn the garlic, because the garlic when it's burnt it kind of gets a little bitter. So now I'm adding a bit of garlic salt. You can use just normal salt, it makes no difference. Black pepper. It does make a little bit of difference, but it's not that much. I'm going to use spicy flakes. You can use fresh chili if you want. Just let it fry for a couple of minutes. In low heat, keep mixing, keep stirring so the butter won't burn. I'm going to add a bit of soy sauce, a good splash, and I'm going to mix that everything. Of tuna, canned tuna. These kinds of tuna are quite cheap in the supermarket. Just let it simmer for a couple of minutes while the pasta is getting ready. Each is already. And we're going to be adding the pasta. Here we go. I'm using a kitchen cleaner, so the excess of oil can be absorbed by the kitchen cleaner. And let's do the rest. It's quite easy. You actually can serve them with mayonnaise, or ketchup, or both, or any other sauce you like, to be honest with you. It's really simple. The feeling you can do whatever you like as well. So I do hope you enjoyed. Don't forget to subscribe my channel, and thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome to another video. We're gonna be doing a fantastic, amazing recipe today. Okay, so puff pastry. So a sheet of puff pastry. So let's open up. I'm using 350 grams. You can buy them bigger if you like to, but because mine is a little bit smaller, what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to stretch that puff pastry. So I'm using a rolling pin. Let's do it. Perfect. So I'm going to be using 150 grams of fresh strawberries, and I'm going to be chopping them in quarters. so fresh, they look so delicious. Perfect. So now I'm gonna be doing rows of quarters of strawberry. So I'm gonna do like 2 fingers from the edge, and then I'm gonna be doing 4 rows with 2 fingers in between of space. If it makes any sense. Any doubts, please leave a comment and I will reply straight away. Please let us know from where you're watching the video, and obviously don't forget to subscribe and give us a like and share the video with your friends. Thank you. Now I'm gonna be rolling the puff pastry. As you can see, slowly. And for the last row of strawberries, I'm gonna stop and I'm just gonna brush the edge with some just normal milk, cold temperature milk, so we can glue the puff pastry and keep it nice and tidy. Here we go. Now I'm gonna be slicing it like it's about 1 inch, about I don't know, maybe 1 finger and a half, as you can see, and that's it. They're not gonna be perfectly all the same size. Some they're gonna be smaller, some they're gonna be bigger. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. Just slice it your way and it will be. So I'm just gonna flip them sideways. Wow, look at that, he's looking beautiful. Absolutely amazing. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to be mixing cinnamon with sugar. So it's about 10-15 grams of sugar with about a full teaspoon of cinnamon powder. I'm just going to mix it well. But you can do 50-50, doesn't really make any difference. And just sprinkle on top of each slice. It doesn't need to be too much, just a small sprinkle will be more than enough. And now I'm just going to be adding some chocolate sprinkles. Now you can add chocolate shavs, it's up to you if you want to put any chocolate, optional, but decided to put some chocolate on it because I love chocolate. So I'm gonna place them on a baking tray. So as you can see, I'm using baking paper, which is quite easy. It doesn't get sticky. It doesn't make it mess. It's just really easy. Even for cleaning, it's really fast to clean the tray. So bake it 190 or 375 Fahrenheit until we get golden color, something like that, or even a little bit more golden. So the last touch will be icing sugar. So I'm going to be adding a sprinkle of icing sugar on the top of each slice, and that's it. I hope you like it, enjoy it, and thank you very much. Hello, welcome to another video. Okay, 7 bananas, we're gonna be mashing 7 bananas. Mash them up. Use it to do the bananas. And reserve this mash. So 795 grams of condensed milk into a pan. we're gonna dip the rich tea biscuits and be the first layer. Let's try. Don't dip it, otherwise just dip it out and even if you don't dip the whole biscuit on that. Now we're gonna be doing a layer with the mix that we did on the previous layer. We're gonna take too much milk. And now just layer by layer, rich the biscuits, and then we're gonna put the mix of the banana mash and condensed milk on top. Then another layer of biscuits dipped in coffee until we fill the tray. And then the last layer, it will be obviously the mix of marshmallow. This will be the last layer. And we're gonna be adding cinnamon powder, sprinkle on top. That's the next step, as you can see. This will need to go into the fridge. You can leave it from 2 to 3 hours, or you can leave it from 1 day to the other. If you leave it from 1 day to the other, even better. It gets a bit more consistent. I think I have done it for 3 or 4 hours, I'm not really sure. But as you can see, still on the bottom will be a bit liquid, but that's absolutely fine. So you can use that little bit on the bottom to put on top of the slice. But as you can see, it's absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, welcome to another video. Okay, so I'm gonna slice 2 oranges, just like that. So 1 apple. I'm gonna be using the apple with skin. I'm not gonna take the skin. I'm not gonna be peeled. And you will see why. Because I'm gonna be blending them. Okay, here we go. And that should be okay. So I'm gonna leave the blender aside, and I'm gonna be cracking 2 eggs. Get a nice yellow light color. ml of vegetable oil, and carry on mixing. Will be easier this way. Along as it goes, you add 1 ingredient, mix well. So 100 ml of milk. And again, you're gonna mix that well. So I'm gonna be adding the blended fruits. And again, let's incorporate that well as well. those two together. Now we're going to cook pasta, so in boiling water just add plenty of salt. And add the pasta. I'm using spaghetti, of course. Spaghetti takes about 10 to 12 minutes. Read the instructions on the pack and follow that. Let it cook already for 35 minutes, so I'm going to add a bit of soy sauce. That's as simple as it is. You can be used as a side dish, into the steak or with fish or something like that. The recipe. Let's get down. Add the garlic. So I'm going to use 200 grams of sausages. This is canned ones, but you can use fresh ones, which is even better. But I'm using this one because I have to cut it, so I'm just going to use whatever I got. And I'm going to be adding those sausages. Fry a little bit with the onion and the garlic. So 2 tomatoes. I always said this is about 100 grams. We're going to bash them this way. I'm going to be adding 200 grams of milk. Let the milk come to boiling point and add 2 tablespoons of plain flour. This will make the sauce a little bit thicker, just this way. So as you can see, the sauce is already getting a little bit thicker, so just let it simmer for about 5 minutes. And add 100 grams of cheddar cheese. Like I said, you can use a different cheese. And just mix well, because now the cheese is going to melt and it's going to get incorporated with the rest of the sauce. Okay, simmer for 5 minutes. Keep mixing, keep stirring. So the spaghetti now is ready. Let's take the spaghetti out of the stove. And we're going to be adding enough spaghetti. I would say I did add about 300 grams of the sauce. And let get the spaghetti well mixed with the sauce. The spaghetti now is gonna get set all that and get the flavor from the sauce. Chop fresh coriander. And let's add the coriander on top. Celery. I'm gonna chop down celery. Fine stripes. More or less 1 centimeter long. Put on top. At this point the heating is already down, just mix all together. The celery and the coriander, they're not going to be cooked. So it's just going to give some extra fresh flavor into the dish. It looks amazing, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed and don't forget to subscribe to the channel and thank you. Hello, welcome to another beautiful video. So, melted butter into a baking tray. Depending on the size of your tray, you can put a few more tablespoons of it or less. So let's try to spread it around so it can cover the bottom. I'm going to brush the sides as well. So on the bottom of the tray I'm going to be placing brown sugar, more or less to cover the whole bottom. Coconut, that's shredded coconut. Dry shredded coconut. I'm going to be adding 6 pineapple slices, 4 in the bottom, and half side of the tray. A little bit more coconut. Here the pineapple and just set.
250 grams puff pastry. Let's roll out the puff pastry. Hello my friends and welcome me, hope everyone is well. From which country are you watching my channel? Let me know in the comments. 1 egg. Let's crack the egg. Whisk the egg. Let's do a good egg wash on the puff pastry. Vanilla sugar. Sprinkle the vanilla sugar all over the pastry. Cinnamon powder. Sprinkle the cinnamon powder all over the pastry. One pomegranate. Peel the pomegranate. Sprinkle the pomegranate on top of the pastry. "30 grams desiccated coconut. Sprinkle the desiccated coconut. Let's roll the puff pastry so it's tight. Egg wash on top of the pastry. Sprinkle a bit more, sprinkle the desiccated coconut. Cut into 2 finger-sized slices. Place the slices on a tray. Bake at 190C or 375F until golden brown. Looking amazing. Enjoy!
Hello, welcome to another recipe, my friends. So 350 grams of pastry. Sorry about my English. I am Portuguese. Thank you. So I'm going to use I'm leaving 2 fingers from this as well. So I'm gonna pick the pastry and I'm gonna roll it up really carefully. Because we use the rolling pins otherwise we will put some rolls as you can see. So I'm gonna brush the edge so I can do nothing. So let's slice the rolling pieces about 2 inches wide each. This using a bacon, you're not going to need the ruler. Cook at 190 with golden brown. Perfect. Wow, look at that. Wonderful. Okay, just a bit of icing sugar on top and they're ready to be eaten. Wonderful. Okay, second recipe. Here we go, guys. 320 grams of pastry. I'm gonna cut this beautiful pastry in 16 equal parts. Half on top of the baking tray. Here we go. A bit of marmalade, any marmalade you like. Can be jam as well. Any flavor. I went just for normal marmalade, but okay, 2 kiwis. I'm gonna peel them and slice them. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, please. Thank you very much. So let's place about 2 slices on top of the marmalade. So 150 grams of strawberries, and I'm gonna cut them in quarters. I'm probably not going to be using all of them, but just place a bit on top of it. There we go. I'm Now I'm gonna cover the other half. Just put it on top. You don't need to apply any pressure on it, to be honest. And bake at 190 for about 20 minutes. And that's it. Enjoy. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another recipe. So 2 avocados, let's cut them in half and take the core out. I'm gonna do a quick note for the recipe, but it's gonna be later. Thank you for watching, and please let me know from where you're watching my video, and thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Thank you. So let's take the core out. Start with it. So 320 grams of puff pastry. So let's unroll it. So I'm gonna place the avocado on top of the pastry just to see if my measures will be okay. Yeah. So now I'm gonna cut the pastry into equal parts. Even bacon. Let's put the avocado aside for now, and let's place the pastry on top of a proper baking tray, because it will go into the oven safely. So let's go. That's the last bit. Perfect. So let's place it. So the note I was about to do is you actually can take the skin of the avocados. So we're going to use 4 eggs, and we're going to separate the white from the yolk. And we're going to place the yolk inside the avocado. 1 inch of it. If you find bigger avocados, even better. So salt, a little sprinkle, black pepper, just a small sprinkle as well, and smoked paprika, or just normal paprika, or any other aromatic you like. So coriander, fresh coriander, very important. So this is a beautiful knife, Japanese knife, kitchen knife, and you can find the link down below in the description. So I'm gonna try to chop the pasta. Not too fine, not too rough. Just like that. A little sprinkle in each avocado. And I'm going to be using around 50 grams of cheddar cheese. Grated cheese. And I'm going to add a little bit on top. Like I said, you can use. Now I'm going to fold the pastry as best as I can. I think one of them, the egg is going to be squeezing a little bit, but that's absolutely fine. That's perfect, so do the same for the others. And like I said, you can actually take the skin from the applicator if you like. Okay, now one more egg. So we're gonna crack it. We're gonna beat this beautiful egg, and we're gonna give them egg wash. That beautiful pastry. Cool. Bake at 200 degrees Celsius. I would say about 20 minutes until it's golden brown. So now we're going to use the whites from the egg. We're going to be adding salt, pepper, a little bit of paprika, and the rest of the coriander that we chopped before. Just give it a good mix. Vegetable oil, olive oil, any oil you like, sunflower oil. So let's brush the bun around with the oil, because we're going to do a flat omelette with the whites, so we don't want that to stick into the pan. So this is really fast, as you can see, change color straight away. So just take a couple of minutes, and the bottom part is ready straight away. So the top will take another couple of minutes, and that's it. Beautiful, looks perfect. So the pastry is ready as well. Nice, beautiful golden color, and we're gonna serve that really amazing white omelette. I'm gonna chop one out just to double check. There we go, perfect. Like I said, if you take the skin out, even better. Thank you for watching. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Hello, welcome to another recipe. Let's slice one big potato. That beautiful knife, you should have one. You can find the link below in the description if you'd like to have one of those beautiful knives. Okay, so a drizzle of olive oil into a hot pan. Make sure that the olive oil covers the whole bottom of the pan. And let's add the potatoes, the slice of potatoes. Perfect. So I'm gonna fry it about 4 to 5 minutes on each side. So I'm gonna be using 3 eggs. Let's crack them down. Like I said, perfect. I'm gonna add some black pepper, salt, and smoked paprika. Beat the eggs well, whisk them well. Look at that beautiful red color, amazing. Spring onions, let's chop them down with this beautiful knife. You should have one of those, please buy one. And let's add the spring onions into the egg. And mix well, please, thank you. Thank you for watching, by the way. Let us know from where you're watching my videos. Okay, potatoes looking good. About 5 minutes on each side, and let's add the eggs. So 125 grams of soft mozzarella, and let's chop the mozzarella again with this beautiful, amazing knife. Perfecto. And let's add the mozzarella on top. Perfect. Let's cover it and let it cook for about 10 to 15 minutes. And as you can see, the mozzarella just did melt all over. And it looks absolutely amazing. Here we go, ready. I do hope you did enjoy this beautiful recipe. And I'm gonna finish with a touch of basil on top. And thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Welcome to another beautiful video. So 270 grams of salt, 2 grams of sugar, 5 ml of olive oil or vegetable oil, 150 grams of plain flour. Let's mix all this flour. You can do it the other way around. I think it's much easier, but I saw these recipes done like this and I did try it, so it works better the other way around. But you can get a few crumbs of flour doing it the way I did. So a bit of olive oil. This is like a flat bread which you can make in 5 minutes at home. As soon as it gets golden from both sides, that's it, and just carry on doing the same. So you actually can add a bit more water, so the dough can be a bit more runny, which will be much easier to spread around the frying pan. I'm not really sure how many I have done with this mix, but if you want more, just double the quantities or triple the quantities. This is a good way to make some fast bread at home, because literally taking the whole procedure may take you around 10 minutes. Perfect. Done. Thank you very much for watching. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to another video. Okay, let's crack 2 eggs. whisk them. So I'm going to be adding cinnamon powder, about a teaspoon, and let's whisk the eggs with the cinnamon powder. So I'm going to be putting the eggs in a flat plate and dip the bread into it. Just turn it around. Take your time, because the goal is for the bread to absorb the egg. Okay, so now I'm going to be adding chocolates, like sort of doing a sandwich with chocolates, and I'm going to press around the edges, make sure that both slices of bread they're going to stick into each other. So 20 grams of butter, let it melt in low heat. So I'm going to place one banana. As you can see, it's cut in half, and let it cook until they change color. Turning them around. Now I'm going to add the bread. drizzle of olive oil, and 240 grams of chorizo. Let's peel the chorizo. Take all the skin from the chorizo. Can be even smaller, entirely up to you. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, give us a like, and share the video. Okay, let's add the chorizo. Find it out. using an amazing knife. It's a Japanese knife. You can find the link for this beautiful blade below in the description. Let's go ahead with the knife. I want to apologize for my accent. I'm not English, so that's why my accent can sound a little funny. 3 gallon grooves. I do live in England, so that's the reason why I'm speaking English as well. And China has been doing English. add the fish. Try to keep them all separately, don't put them on top of each other. And now I'm going to be covering the fish with sauce. This way we'll cook it faster and the flavor will get into the fish faster as well. So, one lemon. And squeeze the lemon on top of the fish. So simmer until the fish is cooked. It may take 45 minutes. And it's ready to serve. It looks amazing. I do hope you enjoy the recipe. Don't forget to subscribe on the channel. And thank you very much for watching. Hello, welcome to another video. I will. So, 1.5 kilo of strong bread flour. So, I'm going to sieve all the flour. And I'm going to be adding 700 ml of warm water. But I'm just going to add half of that, and I'm going to try to incorporate as much flour as I can. I'm going to be adding 1 pound. Don't forget that all the grams of flour may require more or less. So as long as it goes, just get a bit more water. Add more water. So it's time to use my hands. the measure in milliliters. And why, I will explain in a minute. So fresh coriander, just roughly. And I'm going to be adding coriander. And I'm going to be adding 800 milliliters of water, so 400 milliliters of rice, so the double in water. That's why I put in milliliters, so people can understand that 1 measure of rice with 2 of water. So bring it to a boil. I'm just making sure that it's not burnt. Low heat, let it cover, let it simmer. I'm gonna be adding some salt because I think that's so I will put that. Black pepper, spicy flakes, mix and I'm gonna cover the whole, let it heat on low. So as you can see, the water, so salt. So I'm gonna be putting porridge. I usually off some white. I'm going to whisk the white until, not until it's really stiff, but like more looking at the white snowy color, as you can see. So first I'm going to add the yolk. And then I'm going to mix them with the rice. Low heat. And I'm going to be adding the rice. Hello my friends, welcome. Whatever you've done, please go. Let me know from where you watch my videos. Leave a comment below. I will reply to you. I'll do promos. Add some salt. Spring onions. Don't forget, you always can have one of those beautiful knives. You can find the link below in the description. They absolutely amazing precision. So let's chop this one onions. I love this knife. Really, really sharp. So if you buy one of those, be careful. Let's add the spring onion into the eggs. Black pepper. Zest of the lemon. Will give us fresh flavor. So let's beat all together nicely, just like that. So butter. 20 grams, I would say. And let's spread it around to melt. You don't want the pan too hot because the butter may well burn. One tomato, and let's cut this beautiful tomato slices. guys that will get tired of watching this video for my friends. Get yours now. So let's add the tomato. It's bubbling. And now it's time to add the eggs. Beautiful. Let's make sure that the egg is even in all the pan. There we go. So 50 grams of cheddar cheese or parmesan or any other cheese you like. It's entirely up to you. And add some cheese on top. Looks beautiful. Let it cook for about 7 or 8 minutes. That will be enough for the cheese to melt. Look at that. Perfect. Looks absolutely beautiful. Here we go. Wonderful. I do hope you enjoy. Don't forget to subscribe my channel, please. Sprinkle of smoked paprika on top, and that's it. Thank you very much. Enjoy. Thank you. Hello my friends, and welcome to my channel. Let's go to another recipe. Let's crack 3 eggs. Please let me know from where you're watching my channel. I'll say hello if you put it on comments. So let's beat the eggs well. Let's add 150 grams of sugar, 20 grams of cinnamon sugar, basically just a mix of cinnamon and normal sugar. Mix the eggs well with the sugar. Subscribe my channel, please. Thank you very much. So 150 milliliters of vegetable oil, sunflower oil, olive oil, it's up to you. Mix everything very well, please. And I'm going to be adding 190 mils of milk. And let's stir well, nice and mixed. Share the video, please. 340 grams of plain flour. Let's sift the flour. So I'm going to mix half of the flour now. It should be easy to put everything on. So let's incorporate well the flour so we don't get any lumps. As you can see, it looks beautiful. 25 grams of baking powder. Let's sift the other half of the flour. It's a little bit less. chocolate sprinkles. Beautiful. Now with the fork I'm just going to make some holes. So it will bake much better and it doesn't blow pastry actually, because sometimes that happens. But because of these holes, while it's in the oven, you can breathe. So let's fold it in half. And let's use the same mix of egg and milk to brush the top of it. And we'll be sprinkling a bit more vanilla sugar on top. So bake at 190 until it's nice and golden brown. As you can see, perfect, beautiful bake. Gonna let them cool down, and let's, in a big bowl, let's put 350 mils of fresh cream, double cream, and I'm gonna whisk the cream until it gets a little bit thicker. The secret is having the cream really cold. So if it's really cold, just take a few minutes. So 300 grams of mascarpone cheese. At this point, you can add 2 or 3 tablespoons of sugar if you like. So let's whisk that cheese with the cream. What we're going to do, we're going to be slicing the pastry in half, just like doing the sandwich. Perfect. And now, let's fill a piping bag with the cream and the mascarpone. And now just squeeze all over one of the house. Mine was a little bit thicker than I thought, but still the flavor was really good. And it doesn't really matter if it looks nice at this point or not, and you're going to understand why. So let's peel 4 kiwis. Slice them in a whole circle. So now just fill the pastry with the kiwis, slices of kiwis. Decoration at this point. And just place a slice of kiwi as decoration. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and like the video. Thank you.
Hello my friends and welcome to my channel. Olive oil, 1 red onion. From which country are you watching my channel? Let me know in the comments. Add the chopped onion. Support my channel. Subscribe my channel please. 2 or 3 garlic cloves. Add the garlic. Salt. Black pepper. Spicy flakes. Cumin. Turmeric. Ground ginger. Mix well. Fry for 5 minutes. 350 grams plum tomatoes. Let's blend the plum tomatoes. Add the blended plum tomatoes. Mix well. Add a little bit of water. Simmer for 5 minutes. $350 grams chickpeas. Let's use a third of the chickpeas. A cup of the water from the chickpeas. Let's blend the chickpeas with the water. Add the blended chickpeas. Simmer for 5 minutes. Add the rest of the chickpeas. Mix well. Simmer for 5 minutes. Parsley. Add the chopped parsley. Mix well. Done. Perfect. Can be served with bread or rice. Enjoy.
Hello, welcome to another recipe. So, 2 eggplants. This beautiful knife, you can find it down below in the description. So, I will try to make really thin slices from these 2 eggplants. salt. I'm gonna be adding some spicy flakes. It can be fresh chilies, any kind of sauce. It's fine. Let it simmer for a few minutes. And let's add 300 ml of tomato. Passata, black tomato, give it a good mix so the cheese can melt. So let's take a look at the eggplant. Now, in the tray, we'll lay a little bit of sauce. So that's the recipe, which is very good. So question yourself if you need to go a little more. I have a little bit of I'm using frozen ones, and I'm gonna cover them and simmer for a few minutes. And I'm gonna be serving them inside pineapple. As I told you in the beginning, I'm gonna be using the pineapple to make pina colada, but you can do sweet using the pineapple. And thank you very much for watching. I really appreciate it. Hello my friends, and welcome to my channel. Tell us from where you're watching the video down below in the comments. So we're gonna be chopping I think it was 500 grams of tomatoes. So just like chop them in quarters. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel so you can help me. And I'm gonna be doing one layer chopping tomatoes. And I'm gonna be chopping one onion. I'm going to be just using half of the top of it. If you want one of those knives, you can find the link below in the description. That's also very high quality. So I'm going to be chopping one bell pepper. I choose to have two different colors of it. And I'll add half of the pepper. So let's wait for the carrots. Because what we're going to be doing with this salad, we're going to be two different layers. And add half of the carrots. French chili, absolutely. The smell of it is just so good. So I'm going to be adding just half of it there. And we're going to be salt, oregano. I'm using dry oregano. And now I'm going to be dropping the rest of the onion. The rest of the onion. And the rest of the onion. Carrots. And let's add the rest of the onion. And I'm going to be crushing 2 to 3 garlic cloves, depending on the size. I'm going to be adding dry oreganos and spicy flakes. And I'm going to mix all the So pretty much this is the dressing. So I'm going to be dressing the salads with this amazing mix that I got now. So I'm just going to give it a good mix. any kind of biscuits really, and that's roughly break them in small pieces. So I'm going to be very using hot water in the glass bowl. So we're going to put butter in. So it's 150 grams of butter, unsalted butter. I'm gonna add 200 grams of cooking chocolate. I actually mix it lighter and darker one, so you can use whatever chocolate you want. So this is gonna come slowly. Heat, low heat. So now I'm gonna add one egg yolk. I'm gonna mix it well. So the chocolate still is nice and warm. We're going to use the biscuits that we break before, and we're going to be slowly mix them with the chocolates. So very important, don't wait, start doing it slowly. If the chocolate goes cold, then there's going to be a problem with all these biscuits. compacted a little bit. More pressing on the sides, and the other side as well. Sprinkle with crushed biscuits on top, and that's it. Enjoy. Thank you very much for watching, and please subscribe our channel. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another video. 720 grams of white strong flour, the one that we use to make bread. So let's sieve all the flour, so we don't want any lumps at all in our dough. So don't forget to subscribe, like and share this video, because that's the way that you can help us to grow. So 12 grams of sugar, 7 grams of salt, 14 grams of dry yeast. If you use fresh, just triple the amount of grams, and 1 teaspoon of poppy seeds. So I'm gonna give it a good mix. Make a small well in the middle. So I'm gonna be cracking 1 egg. I'm gonna be adding the whole egg, and give it a good mix. The best you can. And I'm gonna be adding water. I used about 400 milliliters, and let's make the dough. But don't forget that every single brand of flour will take more or less water. So I always keep adding water along as it goes, and I'm using warm water. So I started with a spoon, now I'm going to be using my hands, because from now on it's going to be just my hands. So, and as you can see, I'm going to be adding more water along as it goes. So we want the dough not too sticky, as you can see. And I'm gonna shape it into a ball, and I'm gonna put it inside the bowl. I'm gonna cover it and leave it to rest for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, we're gonna knead the dough, and I'm gonna be doing this for about another 10 minutes. Nice and smooth. It's not too sticky. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna put it back in the bowl, and we're gonna cover it, and it's gonna be resting for about 2 hours. So it's gonna grow. 2 hours later, it just doubled in size. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna cut it, and we're gonna divide it in 3 different parts, equal parts. good egg wash. Beautiful. And I'm going to sprinkle poppy seeds all over. So bake at 240 for about 35 minutes until you see that it's nice and golden brown. Wow, looks amazing. Perfect. Look at the sound. Absolutely amazing. Beautiful. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello, welcome to another beautiful recipe. So today we're going to be doing tuna with fresh pasta. A nice drizzle of olive oil. I'm going to be adding some spicy flakes. You can use fresh chili as well. Two garlic cloves. 100 grams of fresh pumpkin belly. So that is different than the dried one. This one moves faster. But you can use a normal pumpkin belly, it just will take longer to cook. Now this one is fresh from the belly, bought from the supermarket. I'm just going to cover it with water, and as soon as the water starts to boil, it takes about 4 to 5 minutes. You need to really be soft on the back of the pumpkin. Hello, welcome to another video. So, a good reason why we want to do a hot mic. And let's go with one project. We're going to be using 5 different vegetables. Doesn't really need to be the same that I'm using, can use different ones if you like. So 1 orange bell pepper. I'm going to be using the seeds and everything. And I'm going to be adding this to celery, like 1 or 2 sticks of celery. And I'm going to be adding those into the frying pan as well. Just spread them around. I'm going to add 400 grams of peeled tomatoes and a bit of water. I'm using the whole tomato, but you can blend them if you like, or you can smash them as long as it is cooking. It's entirely up to you. Sometimes I do blend them, sometimes I do not. So just mix all well. Just add some salt. Black pepper. And cover and let it simmer for about 20 minutes. Low heat. In the meantime, we're going to cook the pasta, so about 10 minutes before. Add some salt into the boiling water, place the pasta into the water, and make sure that the whole spaghetti is covered in water. So it takes about 10 minutes. don't forget to read the package of your spaghetti. It takes another extra 2 minutes. So, okay, so it's ready. So we're just gonna be adding the pasta into those beautiful vegetables. Also, I'm gonna be adding 1 big spoon of water where I cook the pasta. I'm gonna be adding Parmesan cheese on top. And just mix well. If you don't like Parmesan, you can use a different cheese. You can use more quantity, you can use less quantity. It's up to you. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe our channel if you're not a subscriber yet. Don't forget to give us a like and please share the video with your friends. That's a beautiful way which you can help this channel to grow. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to another video. Wow, looks beautiful. Let's see the recipe now. Okay, let's crack 2 eggs. And add 200 grams of sugar. And let's whisk the eggs with the sugar. So 500 grams of low-fat yogurt. And let's incorporate the yogurt. Beautiful. So 500 grams of plain flour. And sieve all the flour. As you know, this will avoid many clumps then in a dough. 200 grams of baking soda. And let's incorporate the flour. I put the flour all in one go, but you can divide it and put it in 2 or 3 times. So we're going to be using 1.5 avocado, peach, 1 whole peach. Actually, it's going to be 2 peaches. 150 So obviously I'm going to remove the excess of flour. So this is for avoid the cake sticking to the baking tin. So that's it, perfect. Just place the dough inside the baking tin. Bake at 200 Celsius for about 40 minutes or until golden. And now we're going to see how it's inside. It looks nice when it's golden on the outside, and I'm sure that it will be looking absolutely amazing on the inside. Hello, welcome my friends to another video. So one eggplant, so we're gonna chop them in slices, as you can see. I'm using a fantastic knife, Japanese knife. Link is below in the description if you want to buy one. So in this small bowl I'm going to be adding a drizzle of olive oil. I'm going to be adding smoked paprika. Let us know comments from where you're watching the video, please. Add some dry coriander, black pepper, a pinch of salt, and I decided to put a bit more olive oil. So give it a good mix. And set aside for now. So let's place the eggplant slices on the baking tray. I'm using baking paper, which is much easier. No cleaning after that, which is good. So let's brush the eggplant with this beautiful sauce we did before. You actually can use a brush to do it. I decided to do it just with a spoon, but if you got a brush, it will be much better, to be honest. But either way it's fine. So bake at 190 for about 10 to 15 minutes. So as you can see, the lid pretty much keeps. Now let's chop 2 onions. So as you can see, I'm going to be slashing in 3 cycles like that. And I will explain you why. I'm going to put them on the bottom of the tray. Because whatever you're going to put on the top of the onions, it's not going to burn, it's not going to get stuck to the bottom of the tray. That's what I'm doing. let's add the link. Okay, so we're going to be checking for tomatoes. They kind of like small ones, so you can just do large ones. So let's add a small drizzle of olive oil. Don't forget to subscribe and share the video with your friends. So, 3 small peppers. It's not chili pepper, but not spice. And don't forget the link for this beautiful knife is down in the description. So let's add the peppers. Trying to make a basket. Size from the hair down. I'm not going to be using what I like to do. You can do whatever you want to do. So I'm going to sprinkle about 60 grams of try to flush it down. of salt, and let's whisk. Trying to break them apart as much as possible. I'm gonna get another bit of olive oil, 200 grams of cooked rice from the day before, usually that's the leftovers, so 2 tablespoons of soy sauce, and now let's mix all this really well. I do use the whole spring onion. Some people just use the white part of it. I use it all. Don't waste. So add the spring onions. Give it another mix. And nice and hot at this point. And that's it. It's ready. So hope you enjoy. And thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another recipe. We're going to be doing egg noodles with peas. Very simple recipe. If you're in a rush, let's use 2 packs of noodles. I am breaking them down, but you can leave them just in one whole piece. And I'm going to cover it with water. Hot water, warm water. And just bring all of that to a boiling point. I'm going to be using a mix of dry herbs, but you know, it's optional. I have it in the cupboard, so I'm using it. Let's cook all of this for about 2 minutes, so that will be more or less the time that the noodles they soft down. Gonna add in salt, black pepper, mix all well, and 150 grams of peas. Can be canned, can be frozen ones, fresh ones, it's entirely up to you. Add a bit of turmeric, a bit of smoked paprika, and dry oreganos. Splash of soy sauce and mix well. So we're going to crack 4 eggs. And we're going to add the eggs into the pan. And now we're going to be mixing all of this until we break down the eggs. So low heat, as you can see, now the eggs are cooking. Takes about 2 or 3 minutes. Let's cut down 3 spring onions. Nice fine chop, or a little bit bigger, it's up to you. Makes no difference, right? grams of chickpeas. They already cooked because they come in cans. You can buy them in the supermarket. And let's chop 2 fresh tomatoes, so we can add a little bit of fresh flavor into this recipe. So add the tomatoes. I'm going to be adding at this point more or less a cup of water. And add the eggplant that we cooked previously. So give it a good mix. Parsley, and that's coriander. So roughly chopped, both of them. You can use just one, you can use just parsley, you can use just coriander. I like to use both this time. So let's add the parsley and the coriander, and give it a good mix again. So that beautiful coriander and parsley taste gets into the food. And we'll simmer for about 2 minutes. And you can serve it and enjoy it. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Please. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another beautiful video. We're going to be doing an amazing, unusual breakfast. So let's crack 3 eggs. And let's whisk them well. Beautiful. So at this point I'm going to be adding a little bit of salt, a little bit of paprika, a little bit of black pepper, and whisk that well again. Perfect. So I'm going to be chopping 2 spring onions. As usual, I do use the whole spring onion, so no waste at all. And let's dip that spring onions into the eggs. Fresh coriander. Roughly chopped, and let's dip them into the eggs as well. So one small pack of noodles. I'm gonna break them down. There's no need to break them down. You can use the whole packet together. So I'm gonna cover it with boiling water. And set aside for about 3 minutes. In the meantime, a small drizzle of olive oil into a frying pan, and let's brush the frying pan with the olive oil. So this will, because it's not a non-stick, frying pan, so the olive oil will help me. So at this point, let's drop the eggs into the frying pan. Let it cook for a couple of minutes. I'm going to be adding cheddar cheese just in one side, in half side of And I'm going to be adding the noodles. As you can see, only half side has the cheese and the noodles. Because I'm going to have to fold it, so that's why a bit more cheese on top of the noodles. And I'm going to fold it and press a little bit. So what's going to happen, that cheese is going to help my folding. So let it cook for a couple of minutes. I'm going to try to flip it around, flip it over. Here we go. And let it get a nice brown color, golden color on the other side as well. And that's it, it's ready. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another beautiful recipe. Okay, let's start with the rosemary. Couple of bunch of rosemary. Let's take the leaves. Very healthy rosemary. If you don't use it, you should start using it. So 20 ml of olive oil. And just give it a bit of a whisk. Just mix a little bit well. And let's set it aside. Keep it for now. So 1 eggplant, so I'm going to be doing long stripes of eggplant. It can be a little bit thinner than I did, it's entirely up to you. I'm going to be baking mine, so they're going to be losing a lot of size. So into a baking tray. And now we're going to be using that beautiful olive oil infused with the rosemary, and we're just going to brush the eggplant. You can do it on both sides if you like, it's entirely up to you. Beautiful, just perfect. So bake at 180 for about 10 to 15 minutes. And while the eggplant is baking, so we're gonna go to the next step. So a nice drizzle of olive oil. And let's chop 1 onion while the olive oil is heating up. So nice fine chopped. Beautiful knife. Link is in the description. Let's add the onions to fry. So just fry for a couple of minutes. In the meantime, we're gonna chop 2 garlic cloves. The garlic just cooks faster, so it's better to leave just the onion for a few more minutes. And let's add the garlic, and perfect. So now we're going to be adding 300 grams of tuna chunks. So you can buy this tuna already canned from the supermarket. I bought this one in spring water, which I did drain the water. Perfect. And it's looking good, it's smelling amazing. So 400 grams of chopped tomatoes. You can use fresh ones. I'm using cans as well. But you can be doing it with fresh tomatoes. It's absolutely fine. So let's add a bit of water. Sometimes you just need to use whatever you got on your cupboard. So add some salt, black pepper, add some spicy flakes, or you can use fresh chili if you like. smoked paprika. And dry oreganos. Let's give it a good mix. And now we're gonna let it simmer for about 10 to 12 minutes. Okay, so now in the baking tray, let's do the first layer with the baked eggplant that we did before. Now we're gonna do the next layer with the tuna, with this beautiful tuna sauce. So I'm gonna be adding some fresh basil. You can add fresh coriander, you can add fresh basil. It's entirely up to you. You can use any herb if you like. And now one layer of cheddar cheese. You can use any other cheese you like. And another layer with the eggplant. Now another layer with the tuna. And the last layer with the eggplant. Like a puzzle. And that's the top layer with cheese. Plenty of cheese. I love cheese. You can put less cheese if you like. It's entirely up to you. Okay, so I'm going to use the rest of the infused olive oil with rosemary, and I'm going to give it a little touch and put a little bit on top. So bake at 190 degrees until you get the cheese melted. In my case, I like my cheese like a little bit crispy, so I let it stay a little bit longer. But it's entirely looks amazing. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, please. And thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another video. We're going to be cooking mussels. they're all full open. Let's take them out from the stove. We're gonna be checking two levels. We're gonna be using Hello, welcome to another video. Let's crack 3 eggs. And let's whisk them really well. 160 grams of sugar, white sugar, and mix that well with the eggs. $125 ml of vegetable oil, sunflower, and mix that well as well. It can be also olive oil. Okay, let's into a blender 2 avocados, 150 ml of milk. This will have to blend the avocado, and let's blend it into a paste. Add the boiled avocado into the mix and mix all that well. Don't forget to subscribe. Our beautiful channel. 260 grams of plain flour, so we're gonna sieve it. So we don't want any clumps on this mix, so the best way is just sieve the flour, the best way to do it, so you can avoid all the clumps. 12 grams of baking soda, and let's mix all that, incorporate all that well. Takes a few minutes, but as you can see, as soon as you get to this point, you need to add 100 it 190 Celsius until I get this beautiful, nice golden color on the top. And that's it. They're done. I hope you enjoy it, and thank you for watching. And don't forget to subscribe, share this video, and give us a like. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another beautiful recipe. So add some salt to boiling water. So let's add 500 grams of fresh coats or any of the white fish. I'm using fresh coats. Bring to boil and cook for about 8 to 10 minutes. Perfect. So now drain all well and just leave it to cool down. Perfecto. So 250 grams of chickpeas, and if you like to have one of those beautiful Japanese knives, don't forget the link below in the description. Let's one small onion. Let's chop this beautiful onion with this beautiful knife. Look at that precision. Wow, that's amazing. You should have one of those. Let's add the onion into the chickpeas. Now we're gonna chop some fresh coriander, again with that beautiful knife. Look at that. Don't forget to buy yours. I'm not that fast, I just speed the video. Let's add the coriander. You can add a little bit less if you don't really want to add that much. I love coriander, so loads for me. Like I said, don't forget to get your knife. So I'm gonna just chop some half orange pepper. Can be red, can be green, can be any color you like. And let's add the pepper. Perfect. Now give it a mix. So I'm gonna break down the fish in small pieces. It already cooled down, so it's fine. I don't want it hot. A little bit of black pepper. And a little bit more salt. A bit of smoked paprika. A drizzle of olive oil. A big drizzle of olive oil. And let's mix all this fish well so it can absorb all the flavor from the seasoning. So let's add the fish into the chickpeas. Sorry. So one garlic clove, and again look at the precision. Beautiful, beautiful knife. Very sharp, you need to be careful with one of those. So let's add the garlic. That's optional, you can actually not add the garlic if you don't like it. It's absolutely fine. So mix well. And a bit more olive oil. Beautiful. So 1 lemon. And we're gonna squeeze that beautiful lemon into this beautiful salad. Can use vinegar if you don't have any lemons, any kind of vinegar. And let's mix it well. Oh, it smells so good, oh my god, so beautiful. And that's it, done. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to give a like. Don't forget to leave us a comment and share the video with your friends. Thank you.
case I'm going to be adding so I'm going to mix all this well. You can see the consistency that I want to for this mix. So as you can see, that's it. Not too runny, not too thicker. So now just spread on top of the lemon cake and quite nice. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to share the video. And don't forget to give us a like.
Hello my friends and welcome to my channel. From which country are you watching my channel? 320 grams puff pastry. Let's cut the puff pastry into 6 equal parts. Cheddar cheese or any other cheese. Add the cheese to one of the parts of the dough. Add salt. Add black pepper. Add spicy flakes. Add smoked paprika. Add spinach leaves. Give us a like on this video. Now let's place one of the dough halves on top of the other. Now with our fingers we will press the dough to seal it. Now I am going to use a fork to seal it a little more and make a decoration. I am just doing a bit more decoration. Let's crack one egg. Whisk well. Give a nice egg wash. Sprinkle poppy seeds on top. Place them on a baking tray. Bake at 180 Celsius or 355 Fahrenheit until golden brown. Enjoy!
$320 grams puff pastry. Roll out the puff pastry. Hello my friends and welcome me. Hope everyone is well. From which country are you watching my channel? Cut the puff pastry into 6 equal parts. Get a cup muffin tray. Place the puff pastry inside the tray. Make different shapes. One egg. Let's crack the egg. Whisk the egg. Do an egg wash on the inside. poppy seeds. Sprinkle the poppy seeds all over. "100 grams strawberries jam. Place a spoonful of jam in each cup. Walnuts. Place the walnuts. Looking good so far. "200 grams brie cheese. If you like to have an amazing Japanese knife like this one, you can find the link below on description. I will cut about 6 chunks of cheese. Place the cheese in. Honey. A few more walnuts on top. Bake at 190°C or 375°F until golden brown. Amazing. Smells so good. A bit more honey on top. Enjoy.
One avocado. Cut the avocado in half. Hello, hello, my friends, and welcome. From which country are you watching my channel? Remove the pit. Remove the avocado core. Mash the avocado. Support my channel. Subscribe my channel, please. Salt. Spicy flakes. Black pepper. Olive oil. Mix well. Spring onions. Add the spring onions. Mix well. Two eggs. Let's crack the eggs. Salt. Black pepper. Mix well. "15 grams of butter. the beaten eggs. Leave to cook completely. Fold in half. Two bread slices. Toast them for a few minutes on each side. Spread the avocado onto the bread. Add the eggs. Half tomato. Place the chopped tomatoes onto the toast. Looks amazing. Spin it. Enjoy.
well the update with the dough. Now, brush the baking tray with melted butter or soft butter. Flour. We're going to spread that flour over the side of the flour, and whatever is left in this flour, this way the cake won't stick together. Don't forget to subscribe our channel, and thank you for watching. So usually I do start to mix with a wooden spoon or even a normal spoon. So again, let the flour well involved with the water, and when it gets to this point, I'm just going to start using my hand. Slowly, just try to get all the flour into the dough. I speed it up, usually this takes a little bit of time, so you just need to take your time and make sure that all the flour is nice and involved. Scraping the dough from my hand. It's still quite sticky, so I'm gonna add a little bit more water. Just to blend the flour. bread. So you can do it any way you like. I'm gonna sprinkle some flour, baking clay. I'm using this beautiful baking paper. We're gonna place the dough on top of the tray. We're gonna cover the dough for 30 minutes. Watching, and don't forget to subscribe. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another video, my friends. So, two avocados, cut them in half. Take all the avocado from the shelf and put it into a blender, and let's blend it as much as possible. So I'm gonna be adding just 50 ml of milk just to make it easier to blend. More or less like that, yeah. So 600 ml of cream, white cream, double cream, single cream, anyone you like. 2 tablespoons of sugar, white or brown, as you wish. And let's mix it with that. Scrub it really well for the velvet. And let's whip the cream. Don't let it too hard, we don't let it too soft, so let's do it in between. Something like that. So I'm going to be adding some chocolate chips. Give it a good mix. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, please. Thank you very much for watching. So I'm going to fill these beautiful cups with it, but in the tray. You can put it all in the tray. It's entirely up to you how you do it. If you got kids at home, probably would be better this way because you can split it all. It will be easier with individual containers. Let's place it in the freezer for about 3 to 4 hours. And here we go. It looks amazing, beautiful. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you did enjoy the video. Please share the video with your friends. Thank you very much. Well, welcome to another beautiful video. Let's crack 6 eggs. Whisk those 6 eggs. the olive oil as well if you like, and mix that well together. So 50 grams of melted butter, unsalted butter, and mix all that well again. Very important. So 300 grams of self-raising flour. I'm just going to be sieving bits at a time, so that way you won't get any clumps in the dough. So I'm going to get all these mixed. Adding a bit more flour. I think I did it 3 times. So if you put all the flour, you get big clumps of flour. I still can see a few little ones there, but in the end everything worked well. And now I'm going to do the rest of the flour. I always see nice and fluffy, as you can see. It will be easy also to incorporate with the mix. So after a while I do more whisky, as you can see it's perfect. So 1 tablespoon of sugar, mix well again, and like a teaspoon of salt will be more than enough. Don't forget to subscribe our channel, please. Thank you. Now, in the baking tray, I'm using baking paper in the bottom, and I'm going to be doing layers. First, I'm going to add the liquid dough to cover the bottom of the tray. Now I'm going to do a layer of ham, smoked ham, roasted ham, and chorizo. Another layer of chorizo, and grated cheddar cheese. You can use other cheese. There's a little bit another layer of the liquid dough. More or less until you get all the cheese covered. And now I'm going to do another layer. I will start with the cheese. I used 150 grams of cheese, I used 150 grams of chorizo, and I used 150 grams of ham. So now this layer, I think I'm just going to use the cheese, but you can put a little bit of layer and just put the rest of the dough on the top. Now cook it 180 Celsius until you get this nice beautiful golden color. It looks absolutely amazing. I'm just gonna cut it down and show you how the inside, how it looks. Beautiful. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, welcome to another beautiful video. So 300 grams of chicken, I'm using chicken breast. Let me slice it. Chicken noodle. I'm a grill. You can chop the chicken. down like a cigarette and just chop them like sort of in stripes, and just add that to the pan. It's gonna look like a massive volume, but as soon as it's done, you'll go down, you'll lose volume. So now we're going to be doing images. I'm breaking down, honestly, you don't really have to. So just cover them with boiling water. For around 2 to 3 minutes. Add the water that you put the noodles in, add it to the pan, and let it cook for a few minutes. Add a bit of salt, soya paste, black pepper, taste as well. So this is down to what quantity you're going to do. 1 tablespoon of soy sauce. And as you can see, let it sit for 5 minutes. As you can see, the cabbage will lose quite a lot of volume. So I'm going to pass all of this to the tray. Spread all over the tray. And I'm going to be adding the noodles on top. Now I'm going to use the same 100 ml of cheddar cheese. You can use a different cheese if you like. Really good 100 grams of cheese. They're going to be more or less enough to cover the last layer. So 180 Celsius or 350 Fahrenheit, and into the oven. Now we're going to be cutting spring onions, fresh spring onions. We're going to be cutting down fresh coriander. Don't chop it too much, just roughly big chunks, I will say. So now, as you can see, that it's cooked. We're just going to add the spring onions and fresh coriander on top. And let's serve and enjoy. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another video. 20 grams of butter and let it melt with low heat. I'm going to be adding a tablespoon of sugar. And I'm going to try to mix that as much as possible. So, 2 bananas. Let's beat them off. And I'm going to cut them now. I'm going to be adding the bananas into the frying pan. I'm going to be adding 50 grams of cashews and 5 milliliters of vanilla extract. And 150 grams of vanilla flour. So I'm going to seal this bit of flour to avoid crumbs. So 8 grams of baking soda. Let's try to spread it as much as possible. So cover for a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to be adding 50 grams of chocolate chips. And cover and let it cook for about 10 to 15 minutes. And that's it, it's ready. Beautiful. It looks amazing. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome to another video. Let's crack 4 eggs. Amazing. So let's add some black pepper. It can be ground pepper, add some salt as well, and let's add some Parmesan cheese. Cheddar cheese, about 50 grams each, more or less. So let's chop some fresh coriander. Don't forget to subscribe our channel and share with your friends. Let's add the coriander. Now we're gonna mix all that with the eggs and the cheese. Okay, so let's leftover pasta, spaghetti, any kind of pasta. Let's mix that in the previous mixture. Then we take a while to cut the pastas from now the pasta needs to be very hot. That's a nice drizzle. So now we're gonna slice 5 or 6 fresh cherry tomatoes. Place them on top of the frittata. Let's add some more Parmesan cheese on top. And some more
Grate the potatoes. Hello my friends and welcome. I hope everyone is well. From which country are you watching my channel? 2 eggs. If you like to have an amazing Japanese knife like this one, you can find the link below in description. 1 small onion. And the onion. 1 garlic clove. Bell pepper, spring onions, add the spring onions. Mix well. Black pepper. Tablespoons of plain flour. 1 teaspoon of baking powder. Mix well. Milliliters vegetable oil and the oil to the frying pan. Brush the pan with oil. Add the potatoes into the frying pan. Don't let it stick to the bottom of the pan. When it's golden, place it on a baking tray. (150 grams cheddar cheese). Cheese on top. 1 tomato. A bit more cheese on top. Bake at 190C or 375F until golden brown. Amazing! Sprinkle with spring onions. Enjoy!
Hello, welcome to another video. French toast with chocolate on top. So let's crack 2 eggs. And let's whisk them nicely. Set aside the eggs. We're going to be using them later on. So 50 grams of sugar, white sugar, and 1 teaspoon of cinnamon powder. And we're going to mix it with the white sugar. Over a plate. And we're going to set aside because we're going to be on the plate as well. So cooking oil to a hot point. I'm using vegetable oil. So now slice of breads into the eggs.
not. It's just the color on the top is because of the cinnamon powder. That's all. I'm gonna be slicing it so you can see that it's nice and cooked. There we go. Looks amazing. Thank you for watching. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Hello, welcome to another video. So let's crack 3 eggs. And let them whisk the eggs. You can do that later, but I decided to do it now. I'm going to be adding paprika, smoked paprika, black pepper, and I'm going to mix it well. Coriander. As you can see, I'm not even going to chop it, just a big chunk of it. And dip all of that coriander into the eggs as well. I'm breaking the noodles. I'm not really sure, you can just put them in one whole piece. So I'm using 2 packs of noodles, which you can buy in the supermarket. So I'm going to cover it with water and let it simmer for about 3 minutes. I'm going to be adding a mix of dry herbs, but that's optional. Or you can use your imagination. So at this point I'm going to add the eggs. And I'm going to try to spread it as much as possible and get them mixed with the noodles. I'm going to be adding 50 grams of pumpkin seeds. And mix them well. 60 grams of cheddar cheese or any other cheese you like. Mix well. At this point you can turn your stove off. So fire out if you like. I'm gonna simmer for another 2 minutes just to melt the cheese, but it doesn't want to stay under the fire. Hello, welcome to another video. Hello my friends, welcome. So 350 grams of puff pastry. Let us know from where you're watching the videos down below in comments. Now with the rolling pin, I'm gonna stretch this beautiful puff pastry. And don't forget to subscribe our channel. That's the way you can grow us, helping to grow. So peel 2 bananas and let's chop them. It doesn't really matter the size.
So that is gonna go into a blender. No matter how you chop them, because they're gonna go into the so 4 tablespoons of milk. This will help the blender smooth. So I'm gonna be adding a mix of sugar and cinnamon. It's about a teaspoon of each. 20 grams of chocolate sprinkles. So all half of my strawberries they fit. If you've got a big blender, you can do all in one go. I'm gonna have to blend first and add the strawberries, as you can see now. So I'm gonna be adding the rest of the strawberries. And I'm gonna add like a tablespoon of ice cream. And of course, I'm gonna be blending all the rest. Now, let's spread all these beautiful leaves on the top of the puff pastry. And I'm gonna be rolling until half, and I'm gonna be from the other side. And now the ends, I'm gonna squeeze them so they can get really glue with the seals. I'm going to open the dough sort of into canoe shape. So yeah, I'm going to be adding some more chocolate sprinkle, and I'm going to fill the rest of the dough with the strawberry flakes. A bit more of ice cream sugar, and bake it 180 Celsius until it gets nice and golden brown. As you can see, here's a bit more of ice cream sugar, and enjoy it. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Let's go for another recipe. So 150 grams of strawberries. So don't forget to let me know from where you're watching my videos. So I'm going to be chopping 2 bananas. Subscribe my channel please, that's the only way you can help me. Thank you. So 300 grams of puff pastry. Puff pastry. Alternating between banana and strawberry. Beautiful color. Now I'm gonna roll it out. Nice and careful. Subscribe my channel to help me grow, please. Thank you. So with a bit of patience, you can roll down and try to tie as much as possible. Perfect. That's because when you're using the rolling pin, you
may get a little bit stick to the paper, but eventually it will come out quite easily. So I'm gonna be cutting in pieces about 2 to 3 centimeters long, about 1 inch. There we go, beautiful. And I'm gonna place them in a baking tray. So I always use this beautiful paper that helps me quite a lot. Don't need to wash the tray. More sugar with cinnamon on top of each slice. And we're gonna bake them at 190 until golden brown. As you can see, they look amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome to another beautiful video. We're gonna be doing a nice healthy salad. So we're gonna be dicing 2 eggplants. Just like that. Beautiful. Looks amazing. Let's get the heat on and a nice drizzle of olive oil into this beautiful pan, and let's add the eggplant into it. So a bit of salt, or a lot of salt, depends, it's up to you. So we're trying to get this brown golden color, and now we're going to be adding 2 garlic cloves. You also can chop them with a knife, it's entirely up to you. You can smash them, it's entirely up to you. Okay, so now we're going to take them off and set aside. So I'm going to be more beautiful, like into a plate. A bit more of olive oil, and we're going to do the same for the rest of the eggplants. So as you can see, I'm going to take it off and set aside. In the meantime, I'm going to be chopping 250 grams of carrot.
give it a good mix. And a drizzle of olive oil. Mix well. And now into a tray. I'm kind of be doing the first layer with the salads, already seasoned, and with the olive oil. And then I'm gonna be adding the cooked eggplants that we did before. Or you can mix everything up. It's entirely up to you. So, end of the day, it's salad. I decided to do it this way. You can do it a different way. And now I'm going to be doing another layer with the rest of the salads. Now I'm going to be using 200 grams of feta cheese, and I'm going to be dicing the feta cheese, as you can see, with that beautiful knife, of course. So just sprinkle the feta cheese on top of the salad. And a touch of balsamic vinegar on top. And that's it. Enjoy. Hello, welcome to another video. Olive oil to a hot pan, a nice drizzle of olive oil. And let's chop one onion. Don't really like the size of cutting. You can really chop it a little bit more fine or less fine. And let's add it into the hot olive oil.
fresh coriander on top. And just involve the fresh coriander. Smelling super yummy. And that's it, that's ready. Ready to serve. Quite an easy dish, and I'm gonna be adding more cheese on top before serving, and a bit more fresh coriander, and that's it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, welcome to another video. Another beautiful pasta dish for today. So a nice drizzle of olive oil. And we're gonna chop some onions. So half moon style. I'm gonna be using two onions. If you like, you can use just one big one or even one little one. And at this point, I'm gonna be adding the onions into the frying pan. I'm gonna let it cook, simmer for about a little bit for about 10 minutes. 2 slices of bacon. And I'm gonna be doing small slices. And I'm gonna be adding into the onions. So 2 garlic cloves. You can chop them the way you like. A bit of salt. Just be careful because the bacon already has salt. So spicy flakes. And I'm gonna let it fry for about 5 minutes so we don't want to start to get this beautiful flavor. So at this point I'm gonna be adding 400 grams of two plum tomatoes, chopped ones. You can buy them in the supermarket. You can use fresh tomatoes if you want to. And I'm gonna be adding a big spoon from the water where I'm cooking the pasta. So I'm gonna cover it and let it simmer for about 10 minutes. So to cook the pasta, you need to add some plenty salt into the boiling water. So add the pasta and keep stirring until the water boils again. So it's for the pasta to stick together to get really massive lumps of pasta. So the macaroni takes about 11 minutes. At this point I'm going to be adding 240 grams of chickpeas. And Parmesan cheese. You can use as much as you like. So I'm going to be adding the cheese. So this is now really getting, and you will be getting a nice rich flavor with the cheese. watching, and don't forget to subscribe, give us a like, and share the video with your friends. Thank you. Hello, welcome to another video. So let's crack 3 eggs. Add some salt, smoked paprika, black pepper, and let's whisk that well. Adding 100 grams of tuna chunks, and I'm going to mix that well as well. Fresh mint, and I'm just going to break it down with my hands. You can chop it really fine as well, it depends, it's up to you. I like to feel the flavor of the fresh meat. It's absolutely amazing. 2 tablespoons of corn flour, and let's mix that well as well. So a drizzle of olive oil into a pan and just kind of brush it around, so this will avoid to stick into the pan. And let's add all this beautiful mix. So I'm going to flat it down and try to spread it all over the pan, and medium heat, and let's cover about 7 to 8 minutes, and turn it around. Thank you very much for watching. smoked paprika, and some spicy flakes, or you can use fresh chili, it's up to you. So let's mix everything well. Okay, so I'm gonna let it cook a little. You can see that the skin of the tomato is starting to cook, it's starting to broken. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna be adding some fresh rosemary.